should be live. Should be. Bicha Sutashvili. I wonder how you actually say that. It's a very unique name. All right. We can do a classic little take on F6. Okay, we'll play H5. No worries. E3. We're chilling. Oh, G3. Oh, Borat. I mean, it has to be one of your OTB matches, right? Like, you actually played OTB. That's in and of itself pretty wild. That's a once in a year, at least rated OTB. It's a once in a year occurrence. Dude, how's it going? Welcome. I don't know. I like something about knight d5. The spawn structure could be quite good. You only played because you got 4 of your club members to come in the under 1700 section. We made it a whole road trip and stayed in the same hotel. Nice. Hey, I mean those kind of trips, Tony used to do that quite a bit. Dude, you played a 136 move draw versus a 2100 ECF player. Dang, that I can understand why that might feel like a few games. That's pretty crazy. Just Fan on YouTube, how's it going? Not much, well, a few things are up, but you know, don't have to bore you with all the. Really? Not a thing? I guess he doesn't have to take here. He could just let me take here and say he's not impressed. Maybe he doesn't need to be impressed. It feels like I'm on the verge of something. But it's just not quite. So let's start with this, actually. Shadow, how's it going? You'll be in Salisbury tomorrow. 45 minutes away from Charlotte. I mean, that's not too far. When you think about it. Yeah, this is just a lot of BS. A lot of BS on my part, not gonna lie. It's a bit shady. But, you know, we'll keep going. Paul, you're gonna be at Alto? Dang, I will not be at Alto. Yeah, it's just the timing they put Alto for was really awkward for me overall. Because I will be flying out that day, and like right before the first round starts. Just Fan, yeah, if you could have stopped by, that would have been legendary. That's just a free pawn. Or is it? Hold on. Wait a second. Yeah, it's just a free pawn. But we're sure gonna make him burn some time. Thinking about it. What are we doing? What are you doing? What are you hoping to do? That's a nothing. That's a nothing. What do you want? Okay, one sec. I gotta lock in. Gotta lock in for the flag. He's gonna be so upset. I mean, it's not a flag, but I will take that after what was a complete sus attack. We'll take a solid stalemate trick because he wasn't ready. He thought he could just take my bishop. No big deal. I don't win the queen. The queen's protected, but I desperately needed him to take that bishop. All right. Time to analyze some games. Be in Salisbury tomorrow pretty much all day. Whoa, wait, are you there for a funeral? Is that what you're am I putting the pieces together? Something else. You don't understand how there are players over 1400 in the under 1400 section. That's a great question. I mean, it all depends on when they take the rating, right? Oh, did Magnus win, by the way? Dang. I mean, he was winning. But still, 9 out of 9. And what is it looking like? Sipenko, Serrana. Dang. That's interesting. I mean, there's still some games, like, to me, well, okay, there's one game to be figured out, but, like, a very young crowd. Right, that's, I mean, there's Magnus, and then, like, a lot of those younger players be potentially tied for third. I mean, it looks like Parham should finish the job. Either way, chess fan, super sorry to hear that. Whether I'm putting the pieces together or not does not sound like a particularly happy time. All right, Borat. It is your game. Time to shine. Maybe. Can you go? Okay. Can you go second? I mean, if Dude goes first, we'll have plenty of time. Dude, are you ready? Before I check you off the list as well. I mean, I can sort of keep track that Borat, even though I checked him off, is next. But if I gotta keep track of two people, that's just, we're getting real confused. While I wait for a response. Howdy, sir.
Sup?
All right, dude. Send me your game.
Sup, chat?
You see Magnus went 9 out of 9.
I saw it was 8 out of 8. He won his game? Against who was it? Bobby or who did you play?
Kaimar.
Kaimar.
Yeah, he won.
Way to show up. That's what sucks about that is that you kind of like, hey Kaimar, you know that one time you won? That was kind of a fluke.
I mean, he's still on board one that time. Like, I think it's not a fluke in the sense that he's clearly showed that he's, I would say, better at freestyle than normal chess, even though he's still like very strong at normal chess. But
nice. Well, have fun.
thank you. Look how long this game is.
Jesus, what is that? 90 something?
130.
136.
Hey, a huge raid! Huge raid. And Birdo, how was the stream? And does this mean you are a Birdo fan? Big shout out. What was the stream today? Just learning? How's life? Life's pretty good. Got a few things to figure out before I fly out later this week, but overall 150 to 300. I mean, you're learning, you're figuring it out. Everyone got to start somewhere. Everyone has to start somewhere. You gotta learn though. Eat a tub of lasagna. I mean, right decision. I tell you, lasagna is a huge comfort food. I unfortunately can't really supposed to eat lasagna anymore. Yeah, some dietary stuff that kind of hit me later in life. But tell you, I have comforted myself many a time over chess games eating lasagna. It sounds like you're celebrating, but I used it as comfort. Chess fan, I did not miss your message, by the way. I would say well, put very simply, like, I grew up religious, and now I'm not. So I don't know if that, I feel like that kind of answers your question. But yeah, it's I'm hesitant to get into some of that stuff because I think religion is one of those topics that's like very personal for a lot of people. And so as someone who isn't anymore, like, I obviously have my own feelings and beliefs and all that, but just try not to tear people down. I mean, I was born in Utah, so I grew up in the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, also known as the Mormons. What is this? This is very, very interesting French. B3. Man, I had something similar to this, so I'm trying to recollect. Actually, at the last Alto, I started B3. My opponent was a French player, so he played E6. I think it was Bishop B2, and then when he played B6, then I played E4. And well, it went very well for me very quickly. Yeah, I don't think B6, you know, switching to this is a great addition. I think you want your priorities elsewhere. Like, you want it kind of here. Now, if you end up playing B6, my bad, but yeah, I think you typically want to focus more on the center, and like, this just doesn't bring enough value. So me kind of switching back to this, I think, really helps. But he lets you take on E4. Now, in my mind, that would not be a good thing to allow. But maybe I'm underestimating. This was for the record, this is a 30-minute with a 20-second increment game. Okay, I mean, he didn't take on E4 though. Oh, because then knight. Wait, that seems strange. That seems a bit strange to me. Because after knight d, like castle knight d4, I assume you can just keep chasing. Oh, chess fan. Your grandpa who passed was? Okay. So I understand quite a bit about that then. Yeah, I grew up Mormon and even served a mission in Australia for 2 years. Show you the Book of Mormon. Tells about Lehi and his son Nephi traveling to America from Jerusalem. Yeah. Dang, you got the inside scoop. It's a 30 plus 20 game, but it took 2 hours because you built up so much time on increment. Yeah. Anyone can join the queue. Arc, Junior, Roar. There's a few words we could pull out there. I'm gonna call you Arc. That's all right. Yeah, anyone can join the queue, and then when your turn comes up, you can submit the game. I will admit, I do take quite a while going through these games. I like to enjoy. I like to chat. It's just kind of a very chill stream with chess, but I always enjoy it. I mean, I would have thought knight f5. Like this was my hesitation on his part. Not that bishop c5 looks bad, but I just feel like you got your knight to like a nice square for free. And maybe it's no big deal, right? He's just gonna take on e4, and so what? My one concern here, I'm just eyeing like queen g5. Probably not right away, because I don't even think you want to take on g7. Squirrely, how's it going? Just fan, you feel bad arguing with him about it now that he's passed. Wow, you were up front with him. Dang. You were honest. I mean, honestly, like, I think a lot of that, because I've talked to quite a few people about their beliefs, and I personally, I mean, it sounds like you listened to them as well, but I personally have no issues like listening to someone, as long as they're okay if I don't agree. Yeah, the queue is for analysis. That's correct. And no taking. Okay, this one. I'm not sure I feel. There's a lot in this opening that I'm just not sure I feel about a lot of it. I'm just not sure. But I feel like I would need to spend a decent amount of time to be sure. I'm really thinking about this still. And just wondering about like queen d4. Like if you can be greedy and just really try to hold on to this pawn. I don't see any crazy discovery for him, and I guess he would probably do something like this. But maybe... no, bishop c5, then he probably goes this direction. Takes the knight, takes here, and then takes here. So maybe it's nothing. Maybe it's nothing. It just feels like it feels very strange as white. And not that I necessarily believe like black, yeah, 100% should be better, but I'm close. I'm close. Also, if anyone of your prox level is looking for 30 plus 20 games, Just Gym is fantastic. After practically every game, the players get on call and analyze for 30 minutes. Dang. Wait, is it like overall? Is it like a group? Is it a program? Is it just a community? I mean, I don't know. It just looks really silly for white. Like you play 3 moves with your queen. Okay, potentially 3 moves if you take with your queen. Before move 9, or on move 9, like you've already made 3 queen moves. Like something feels wrong. Like I feel like you lost the opening. So yeah, somehow it's kind of working. And I'm just not sure why. I really do think knight f5 would have been the better move. And part of that's like, I'm just not sure you want the bishop here. I'm thinking you almost want the bishop here, because the one thing that I feel like might keep him in this position or make this position not so bad is this bishop. Like this bishop opens up, it feels like pretty decent. And, if you can neutralize that at some point, say knight f5, queen e2, and just bishop e7 right away, take. I mean, this position I like for you. Just at a glance. 5-round Swiss run on Discord. Very nice, very nice. Does it have to be a match I played for analysis? Yeah, one that you played. So, yeah. One that you played is definitely preferred. I've had people troll a bit and submit computer games, and even some of my own games. But engine say +1 somehow. Wait, hold on. So here, no, here equal. Yeah. Okay, it does. I mean, here, okay, 0.2. Somewhere it looks like it could be a little more accurate. But yeah, I mean, I do feel something with this bishop c5. Like, it is a little awkward. Like, he just has this bishop that's kind of uncontested, and for you, like, you want to create threats, but yeah, like, he just takes, right? He's not going to let you play knight d5, and now you're either moving into the pin, which is awkward, or you're breaking your structure, which, I mean, you're just not going to be hitting much with this open file. On move 9 +1. Okay, so is this before? I mean, he's telling me, wow, yeah, so +1. Yeah, I mean, it feels really silly, but no, I do agree. Like, part of why I kept going back to that knight f5 move, and I think the full way I would explain that is just the bishop feels misplaced on b6. Like, you have sort of this hope that the discovery leads to something, but it shouldn't be there. And also this knight, like, it also feels a bit misplaced. I mean, different story if your bishop was on f5 and it was creating threats right away, or maybe a different story if you could get a5, a4 in, but all around it's hitting a bunch of squares that are very well protected, and you're having to make sure to defend it. Excuse me. Allergies. But it's definitely been that season. Just been, yeah, it's no, I mean, I'm not really against talking about it, outside of the usual, what I said before, and why I'm, like, cautious about talking too much about religion. But yeah, I did in Australia for 2 years, which was, I actually really liked Australia. Yeah, I guess you have to play like queen takes and then c5. Take knight f3. Oh no, I mean if he plays knight f3, you could just take. Right, in theory, he takes your queen, you take his queen. Maybe this pin's not the end of the world. At least your queen on f6 outside of the pin is decently placed. But yeah, this does feel very ugly for you. Like your pieces just, I mean, you have like these little threats, but overall it feels quite disconnected. Okay. e5, knight comes back, and you start trading. Yep. Start trading. That's the dude that I know. This guy. Yeah. Yeah, I guess his queen c3 was just a little optimistic. It looks nice, but the queen may have been misplaced. Because it's just so easy to it's easier to contend against this diagonal when the queen is there. Like, the bishop you can sacrifice. You're never running into bishop d4. Like, I think it's easier to make things happen with the bishop, which is a bit counterintuitive, but yeah, I think the queen leading actually prevented the breakthrough more than it helped. Okay, this is a bit of a crazy one. Let me show you guys, so you can see. So you can see, like, I can see this notation. I usually try not to scroll down, so I have fresh eyes, but yeah, I can see f5, and that the move suggested by the computer is castling queenside, which oh, chess fan. I mean, it's tough though, right? Because like at what point, yeah, you know, you don't like it because you believe it's wrong, but no, okay, obviously I'm at a point where I don't I don't disagree. But I mean, it's everyone has their thing, right? Like, people have their beliefs and they do things based on their beliefs, and there's a lot of things out there that if it is right, like you believe it and it is correct, like it does seem like you're doing a good thing. But if you believe it's wrong, then all of a sudden, you know, feels like they're doing something very wrong. It's kind of tricky that way. Notations show some craziness. I mean, I'm assuming, at least my brain, is that it has to do something with take. This does, you know, starts to open up some zest. I don't know what the follow-up exactly would look like, but that's... Although you could just play queen c5 right away. I guess queen c5 threatens the bishop. We don't need to give up the rook. And then we take... And maybe we're kind of breaking out, or at least getting a little bit of counterplay. I guess if the bishop moves, maybe we don't actually take. We go queen a5. It makes sense. Part of your challenge is that you just don't have threats. So this, you actually read it. Well, I mean, from the whole like creating threats part, I mean, it makes sense you'd start here. And then you're just trying to activate the queen and, your pieces, and then, it kind of falls into place. So it is, it is rook takes d3. Okay, queen c5 is second. Rook takes d3. That's actually, yeah, that actually is pretty wild. Take. It says bishop c3, and then you just play f5. And, yeah, somewhere you're solid enough and the bishops are good enough that you have compensation. I don't know. I mean, there's a small part of me that probably still prefers queen c5. As much as I like sacrificing the exchange, being down the material will just make it tricky, especially for trading. I think you have to be very careful. You trade too much and suddenly you're just down in exchange. Where here, I feel like you are getting a good amount of complications, but you don't have those concerns. So basically, I'm trying to have my cake and eat it too, and I feel like it's working. I'll just read. If any man come unto you, bring not this doctrine, neither bid him. Well, but that's the thing, right? Like I can tell you exactly what the response to that would be, because the Mormon belief is not that they agree with the Bible, and I think it's all supported. It's the same gospel, but I also, chess fan, like I will say to a point, I think it's crazy to have zero respect, because like obviously you have some beliefs and you have to understand, like going out there sharing your beliefs, even though again the Bible does talk about it and sharing your beliefs, the whole letting your light shine stuff, like it's still not easy. I mean, right? Like you can disagree with it, but to say you have zero respect for someone making a big sacrifice when they're so young, I think is pretty wild. When, for them, it is something, for the most part, they believe. I think you forgot this line leads to an endgame. I know, you like trading. Yeah. Chess fan. I mean, again, that is why I avoid talking about religion. It's a very personal thing for people. I get it. Montax, you have a question because you didn't know how to make a plan during the game. You don't know when to plan it. It goes d4, c4, or d4, d5, c4, e6, knight c3, knight f6. So on in theory, but then the theory ends and I don't know what to do. I've been 1800 ranking so far. I've been playing on intuition. I mean, the big thing I would suggest is, when it comes to planning, okay, look at the top player games, see what they're doing. But I think a lot of the keys to me, or the three things that I strongly think about when it comes to just making a plan and formulating a plan, is where do I want my pieces, which you could also, and not only include placement, but you could include like what pieces do I want to trade, maybe for my opponents, and then breakthroughs, where are my breakthroughs, as well as kind of structural stuff with pawns, and then third, how am I creating threats? Like, I feel pretty happy if I know where I should be placing my pieces, or at least have some direction there. I know where my breakthroughs are, so I can open up the position, or at least have kind of a direction of opening up the position, and then I know how to create threats. Then I'm feeling pretty good. There's some blind spots in this on some really, really peculiar ones. Okay, so far I haven't really clued into why. I mean, I guess the idea of what the computer wants is just to threaten f5. So move the bishop, even though it still leaves f2 hanging. Take, and then he's gonna take here. I mean, it makes sense, but surprised. I mean, it's saying like +2. Yeah, I guess you win a pawn, and you still are likely to have threats with take and f5, and you're hitting here. Oh, but you didn't take f2. Okay. Find that you learn so much watching Magnus Carlsen's games and watching Fabi's games. They tend to sacrifice pieces and find tactics. Hopefully I could retain the info. I mean, there's one thing to studying games and seeing games, but there is another thing to putting it in practice. Right? Because you see Magnus play, and you see him sacrifice, but that sacrifice isn't always going to work. And so to really be able to utilize it, you have to understand it. And to understand it, you have to understand both the goods and the bad. You know, what makes it work in this case? Why might it not work in other cases? Mikey, going pretty well. How are you doing? Okay, thanks so much. But what if I learned 10 moves of engine theory and then the theory ends? I don't know what to do. Yeah. Yeah, I mean... okay, so here's the thing, Montax. Why are you learning engine theory? Like, what's the point? Not to say there isn't a point, but just something that I would say think about, because a lot of people they memorize with just like this great optimism that their opponent is going to play exactly that line. But like, reality is your opponent will go down a different path so often. Like 95% of the time, they will play a different line because they are not engines, right? They don't play top moves. Now, there is an exception to that, and you can, and I strongly recommend it when you are working on openings, see what is most commonly being played. Because if the majority of people are playing like that, then you combine that with the engine, and you have games that are more likely to happen, as well as the knowledge. But, yeah, it's, honestly, like, you should be thinking more about planning and the piece placement and the breakthroughs than you should be memorizing. And, I mean, Magnus is a great example. Magnus just went 9 out of 9 in freestyle. Literally, the best player is showing us that what makes him the best player has nothing to do with openings. Right? Openings, they're not it. They're not really what sets you apart. It's all the other stuff. Now, openings can be that boost, and yes, you can win games because of it, but understanding that opening will be such a big difference. My coach actually shared that with me on one of his openings, my longtime coach, Grandmaster Chernin. He learned the English, but he didn't learn it as much in a theory way. It's just he studied the plans, and studied the plans, and studied the plans. And so he then showed me a few games where he was like, yeah, I really understood, like, this is what I was going for, and here are the breakthroughs. And then he showed me a few games he won going for those plans and those ideas. Now, his opponents played a little bit different here and there, and so there's some adjustments to make. But his understanding is what set him apart. But honest, like, you're 1800, you know, do that in the openings. But what's going to be the game changer for you is not learning more theory. It's not. Like, it's just, it really isn't. what's going to be the difference is working on the, again, piece placement breakthroughs, how to create threats, and then improving your calculation. And if you do that, like, you're a lot more likely to improve. Montax, I literally just told you what I look for in the middle game. That's it. I mean, maybe that sounds too simple for you, but like that's genuinely, like, you even in this game, right? Like, where does the idea of castling come in to play? Oh, just the fact that black has no threats. So how could we possibly start to create some threats? Rook takes d3 and queen c5. And a very rudimentary thing, but rook semi-open file. Rooks belong on open, semi-open files, more maneuvering for them. So this direction of activating pieces, like, gives me more of a direction in this middle game just by understanding where pieces are good. Okay, anyways, bishop takes f2 did not happen. Just, man, one problem you have is you feel like you understand things, then I really don't. Can't utilize it because I don't truly understand it. I mean, it takes hours and hours and hours. That same coach I worked with, like, we would do like 10 plus hours of studying on one particular structure, maybe even more time than that, honestly. Like, there are some just structures that we would spend 10 plus hours studying, and different plans and different ideas, and it takes work. It takes a lot of work. And I think a lot of people's problem, like, I am becoming more of a believer that the secret to improving at chess is not necessarily a secret as much as it is just time consuming and takes a ton of effort. And not a lot of people are willing to put in that time and effort. Yeah, king d7. Yeah, free pawn alert. But hey, we're moving on. That was the computer move. Why didn't it play that in line? Truth is, the more rudimentary and more simple your chess is, the better you'll play. Well, but that's, I mean, easier said than done. But yeah, at a sense, like, chess is kind of simple in that, like, once you see something and you're like, yeah, okay, I activated my pieces, I created a threat and all that, you're like, wow, yeah, that just looks so simple, like, it just makes sense. But when you're actually playing and just making some of that happen, it's a lot harder. Because so many moves, so many things, like, here, you know, it wanted rook h6. And you kind of say, like, hey, whatever this line is looks just really strangely simple, like we're just moving back and forth. But it's the best, and I don't know, playing like this would be really hard. Just like the rook h6, king e7 back, like rook g6. Like, it's not anything crazy, but, you know, truly understanding the beauty in that simplicity is much more difficult. Okay, you play c6. Bishop c7. Yeah, I think the biggest problem, dude, is you're just not creating any threats. Like, you see all the improvements, rook h6, h5 to go h4. Okay, for him, it wanted him to play rook h3. For you, once again, h5. Like, all of the things you should have done were create some sort of challenge, some sort of issue, something for him to deal with. You're hyper-focused on trading, because I genuinely think you have an addiction to trading from the other games I've seen. But, I mean, what is this going to lead to, right? You trade this bishop off, and then what, right? You know, maybe you're hoping for pressure against f4, but that's really easy for him to protect. And it requires your rook being here, which can also be kicked out easily. No, actually, that's not even a threat with this rook back here. Like, even that, you just, like, aren't creating a threat. Oh, CJ Blue. CJ, solid tourney in arena. 4 blacks, 2 whites. Didn't lose any black games. Okay. Nice. CJ, are you excited to come to North Carolina? Ninja Banana, thank you for the follow. Too unique of a problem. No support groups around. I mean, I feel like you should almost ban yourself. Like, you get to this position, you should just be like, no, whatever I do, I will not trade. Dun dun dun. 3 days. Dun dun dun. Wait, are you getting in Thursday? Hey, dang, another sideline. Okay. He lets you take. And now, once again, the move the computer wants, you create a threat. Okay, a little bit of calculation needed with taking, but I mean, this is just pretty straight up. Take whatever he does with this bishop, you take here, and I mean, I feel like things have definitely improved. It wants him to, after this, take g6, and then you just fix your structure a little bit. How to reach 2000 rapid when you were peak 1975? Work on your tactics. Work on your calculation. By far number one. I mean, you got that close, 25 points. Like, if you were just a little bit sharper in your games, definitely you could cross 2000. Hey, Ninja, how's it going? You wanted to simplify and stuff. I don't understand this. Not that you're the only one that goes through this. I think too many people have this idea that Good old Dash, thank you so much for the sub. Up to 11 months. Let's go. Very nice. 3,000 puzzles you are. I mean, 3,000 puzzles is good. But you gotta get it up there. And make sure when you are working on puzzles that you're really pushing yourself. Like, go check your accuracy and really push for high accuracy. If you have the rating, but your accuracy is mid, you know, like 50-50, you're not doing puzzles the right way. Like, you are guessing. And yeah, sometimes in puzzles, a lot of times in puzzles, you can get away with it. But you're not really improving your calculation. Calculation, you actually have to do the hard work. You have to think it through. Like, your puzzle accuracy, ideally, if you're really pushing for it, should probably be at least, it's like 60%. At least, like, that's bottom line. I think even higher than that, but at least 60% I think is reasonable. Because if you're spending the time working puzzles and you're not getting the speed bonuses, especially, like, you're gonna get 5 points for every right one, you're gonna lose 10 points for every wrong one, and so it should be like at least 60 in that 66% range if you're spending the adequate time. Hey, Shadrach, how's it going? Nose itches. Freaking allergies don't hit me as much, but every now and then. Alright, so this game is still 100. We gotta pick up the pace here, dude. I feel like we've kind of established a lot. We've established a lot. Okay, F takes G5 is a very rough move. Wait, he's playing this terribly. You're actually doing something. For once, you're doing something that will challenge him. Getting those pawns running. You have an open file for your rook, threatening the pawn. I mean, look at this. Look at this. Yeah, chess fan. I mean, 75% much better. But I say like at least 60% because, again, if you're spending the time, there is no universe where you should be below 60% because you can be 60% and stay the same rating. Right? So it's not, hey, I'm just doing really difficult puzzles and I have a lower percentage because I'm doing really difficult puzzles. No, like if you're spending the time and you're staying at that rating, you are either 60% or you're losing rating, and then you'll get easier puzzles, so on and so forth. But I genuinely believe that a lot of people don't actually do tactics. And what I mean by that is I think they do guessing simulator. Like that's what a lot of people I believe do. Ninja, 50% you spend 130 hours. See, Ninja, like I would very strongly wager to guess that you're guessing too much in your puzzles. If you're at 50%, that tells me your average time is probably too fast. And you're not actually sitting there like really thinking through the puzzles before you make it. It's very difficult to do, don't get me wrong. I also myself fall into this, let's just move, let's go. But yeah, tell you're winning. Beautiful for a 3-ish moves. Yeah, I really don't like G3. Now, I am easily influenced by the fact that it's given a big old question mark. But like you're never breaking through here with G3. Like you're tying up your pieces. Like I would much rather even just F3. I don't know if F3 is the best move. I'm really eyeing like B5. Like even B5 here seems to be quite interesting. I don't know. Maybe you'd want to prepare it like A6, kind of taunt the idea first, but try and weaken him a bit there. Yeah, Bishop C8, the suggestion is wild. I guess somewhere you're just trying to take here. I mean, on that, maybe Rook H5 is also just kind of a nice idea. Like, just go take the pawn. You can hold your pawns pretty solidly with F3, and then you just go take the E5 pawn. Why not? You thought of an interesting method of studying chess. It supplies random middle game position, and you have to guess the evaluation. Do you think that would help with positional understanding? No, I do think evaluating a lot of people are weak on. I mean, I think that could be useful. For sure. Evaluation on positions. Something that I don't think a lot of people, especially nowadays, are as good at because they just never have to, right? Like, it is so easy to just move. Okay, Rook H5 is what was wanted here. Yeah, Rook H5, I mean... attack things. Yeah, you go for this, but... yeah, very difficult for you to ever break through here. His bishop's too solid, and... I guess that pawn's toast anyways. Yeah, but here you're worried about Rook F7. That's fair. Yeah, Topichka. Yeah, something like King E6 earlier. Just going after this E5 pawn. You know, C pawn, take pawn. Sometimes is a good strategy. One of those simple moments. Okay, this is a blunder. I would guess it has something to do with the bishop. Because the bishop is highly lacking squares. Like Rook H2, maybe? Oh no, he just protects the pawn, duh. Yeah, Rook H2 seems more natural. I agree with them on this. Rook e2, though. Yeah, just... You can protect pawn, so why don't you protect pawn? And it only works there because you unprotected the bishop. Yeah, that's sneaky. That's sneaky. Rook g7. Because otherwise there's no good discovery if this bishop's protected. Which looks like... Okay, it didn't really happen because he played bishop d5 first, but you were able to take because of that. Okay. Move 40, you're officially under 2 minutes. He has 8. Okay, okay. You could score your witch. You would obviously want close to 0 self for progress by the average difference between your score and the answer. Yeah, the one challenge on that, Shadrick, is definitely... I mean, if you want it to fully be it, you'd need like a really strong engine with the evaluation, right? Something that like really establishes like, no, this is the evaluation. But it would be fun if you had like computer evaluation and then you had like a title player evaluation of the positions. And explain the difference between the two. If that's even the case on some, like I can think of Capablanca game. For anyone well familiar with historical games, Capablanca has very nice endgame. He starts with bishop a5 instead of taking d4, and then proceeds to just crush very quickly. Computer actually really wants him to take the pawn on d4 and kind of makes it work. But I think what Capablanca played was brilliant. Do you enjoy analyzing lower level games? I enjoy analyzing games just like generally. So it's all pretty good. You should have played rook d8. You should have played king c7. A lot of this is weird. I mean, I assume somewhere king c7 and a5. I think a5 would have been a very nice move for you. Because, you know, you're kind of discouraging these pawns from advancing. And I think it's easier for your king to protect b6 than a7. Which ideally you want your king doing the defense. Yeah, a7, it's just not going to be able to protect. Or even if it could, like, it does get to b8, like, it's going to be a lot easier to chase it out. Yeah, he locks it up. Yeah, understandable, but at the same time, a bit short-sighted on his part. I don't think you ever want to take, so... Yeah, keeping the tension, trying to break through with a5. More sense. Okay. I mean, you're right about the trade. You're really right about the trade. But just force it with c8. No, I mean, if you put all the pawns on light squares, I think it's just going to be very difficult for you to break through. Right, because now you're already at a point where breakthroughs are just going to be one-to-one trades. Where if you leave the pawn on b4 and go for a5, like, the breakthrough could also be about actually creating a passed pawn. And connected passed pawns at that. Yeah, and you did manage to turn your weak pawn into the b6 pawn, which is easier to defend. King d8. I mean, at a glance, king d8 is strange, just from the why not king c8. Keep your king closer, and you prevent rook b7, which I imagine is why king d8 is considered a mistake, because preventing rook b7. Nice. Is bishop c6? No, bishop c6, can we not just take? Because you're going to lose that pawn. right? I mean, after king c8 is bishop c8 just winning? I guess the trick would then be king d8. Okay, so there is some sense to your move. But I feel like it's more about this rook b7. Yeah, I think now just king d8. Even here, I think this is a draw. If he trades. He pushes, I mean... I think we have to take, actually. Because we want opposition. Are we holding if we let him take? Probably not. Because, yeah, then he gets opposition. Sometimes you can go here and let them push. But I don't think this is one of them. Yeah, definitely not. Definitely not. Yeah, so I think this should just be... follow him. And then at some point you just remind him that you can also win. He goes here. We don't go there. No, we actually drop back. Because, yeah, if we go there, then we lose opposition. He can go here. Because this square is covered. So we need to be farther away. Yeah. Tricky, though. Definitely tricky. So you play here. He didn't play rook b7. He played... Wow, he played for bishop d5 first. But now you have bishop c8. Yeah, I mean, this was just winning with bishop f5. Be afraid to trade into king and pawn endgame when your opponent has an extra pawn. I mean, it is tricky, but... yeah, if you understand the ideas, then it gives you a bit more of a sense of if it should be, and then you do that little bit of calculation, and okay, sometimes a lot of bit of calculation, and just confirm what you already suspect or don't suspect. But the more you do it and the more you kind of play out those positions, the more that a feeling just to gauge originally. Yeah, you ended up missing this transposition a few times, but only after you finally drawing it up. Okay, so now you were well timed on bishop c8. Eventually, he does accept the trade of the bishop. I really hate rook e6. Just a side note, I would never let my opponent cut me off until like the king. Like, unless I was taking this pawn, I would leave this rook here forever. Not that it's losing, I just definitely prefer the rook on the 7th. Basically, the point is, if it ever is losing, it's going to be because your king's cut off. Okay, drawing, like we know this endgame already was drawing. Taking rook and king d6. But at this point, it seems like you pretty much have it locked down. Yeah. See, I mean, this is exactly how you should draw it. Rook on the 7th, and then over here. So easy draw. So much easier. Rook on the 7th and rook over here, like you just... There's like no concerns. Okay, there's one concern, and it's like king d6, rook e6. That's probably about it. But then, I mean, you have your options. I think you could just attack this pawn at the simplest. Or like really annoy him as he tries to bring the king down from the 7th. Because, yeah, I mean, if you just leave your rook on d7 a lot of times, it's going to be very difficult for him to ever bring the king there. Yeah, like this. Like, as soon as he... Yeah, you cut him off. Yeah. Yep. And then he finally gave in. Alright, alright. So overall, dude, just create more threats. Like, that was definitely the biggest thing. Like, a lot of just attacking stuff. Like, even Rook H5. Rook H5 to me really stands out. Because this is the kind of simplest monkey brain, like, I'm just gonna threaten something. And it's very good. This game is too long. I don't know where it was. We lost it. Yeah, here. So. More of a good opponent. Like, not to say that you're bad, but you know, opposing, like, creating threats and doing that's about giving your opponent something to worry about, to challenge them. If you trade a piece, you're playing the game for your opponent, right? When you take on E5, guess what? He's gonna take back. When you offer the queen trade, he's just gonna take. Like, you are playing white and black in these games, and your opponent's playing just their game, you know, trying to improve their pieces. And so somewhere it kind of makes sense that you end up worse. Trading should always be a tool, right? It should always be something that you use because it improves your position. But I think in this game, there was only one trade, I think, that benefited you. Right? This overall benefited your opponent. This trade. I think actually keeping your bishop, I mean, in theory, it is creating more problems than theirs. So I think even that was kind of in the wrong direction. Trading queens, obviously, was in the wrong direction. We already know. You had the one trade that they made. The one trade that they made that benefited you. But, like, literally every other trade in this game basically benefited your opponent. You like the bishop trade. Well, but what's the bishop doing? Right? What does this bishop do that you're so worried about? F3, I will play F3 for my opponent. I will give up a move to play F3. Unless you introduce. Goodness gracious. Goodness gracious. In the middle of the board. Yeah. And we'll wait. We'll finish up. This is an important point. Transium, how's it going? But yeah, it's a funny thing. I like to do this with students where when we talk about, okay, what piece is good and trades and all that, is just ask them straight up, okay, what does this piece do? And they're like, oh, but it's so good. It's open. I'm like, okay, but what does it do? Like, what? And they look at it and they're like, I don't know, but it's so good. It's gotta be. It's in the middle of the board. And there has to be, you have to make this delineation between pieces that are flexible and pieces that are threatening stuff. You have to make that delineation. Like, this piece is still better than it would be on C1 because it's maneuverable, it's flexible, it can go different squares. But it's worse than the bishop on B6 because this actually creates pressure. This is actually attacking something. It's also worth noting that this bishop isn't really taking any squares away that black would want to use. So whether piece, pawn, or square, it's just not hitting anything that we really need to worry about. And so while this bishop feels good, and it is better than if it was stuck in a corner somewhere, it's not better than this bishop because this bishop while it has maneuverability, also has something that it's threatening, and currently tying down a rook because of it. So, pawn f3, no. Pawn f3, we happily want, we will take f3 10 times over. That is the perfect move for black. Funny, there's a Fischer game. Fischer does something very similar to tie down a rook. As a bishop, in that case he's white, so bishop attacking an f7 pawn, and basically the end game, he has a big advantage just because bishop was tying down rook. What, I mean, king f3, like, that's never permanent, though. Like, yeah, I mean, instead of all this trades, like, you push this pawn, like, what's going on? Right, our main target is going to be f2. We're looking for this. And we might even just plant this rook on g4, just actively inviting f3. So, yeah, I think I mean you're envisioning this scenario in which white gets to play like so many free moves and then the bishop is just worthless. But at the same time, like, what is his bishop doing? With literally 0 moves that you have to defend against it, what is his bishop doing? No, I mean, I think the king will stay on e2, and overall it's still better for white. They're up a pawn, but... why? Oh. That's why it's invalid. PGN was giving me fits. The PGN, it wasn't. Funny enough, actually, like, let me show this. This is kind of a funny thing about PGNs. So here's the PGN. The reason, so it looks like a good PGN, but if I try to add game, it says no. Well, it's just because I guess, Borat, when you were copying, you didn't get this right here. That's it. Like, you just didn't copy this, and so now if I hit add game, ta-da. Yeah, PGNs can be very temperamental in that sense. You want to draw horse or turtle. Was spooked and wanted to draw. Yeah, dude, I feel like the thing you should have learned by now is playing for a draw, at least from the games you showed me, doesn't work 100% of the time. Like, when you say play for draw, you think trading, but blindly trading is almost always going to be a negative. And play for draw, I mean, you know, like, it just doesn't make sense. Like, if you are playing to get an advantage, it's much easier to draw a better position than an equal position. At least most of the time. I mean, if it's not complicated. Or extra complicated with the advantage. Okay, so this is round 3 versus a national master. Chadrick, you're drawing a Mexican assassin with double pistols. Dang. Wild. Okay, so A3. Yeah. This is the famous Kasparov game. This is Kasparov's Immortal. Was in this same line. He played Knight GE2 and then Bishop H6. And eventually did play A3. I wonder why A3 right away is such a rare move. It doesn't feel like it should be. This is some good chess. Is some good chess. At this point, I'm just quickly appreciating Kasparov. This is a quick little detour just to appreciate Kasparov and his Immortal game. You know, we'll get back. We'll be back to the game. In but a moment. All right. So that's how Kasparov played it. Yeah, so I'd assume Knight G2 would be the move here. But maybe that's why not A3, because I imagine in some scenarios, if B4, like, you're still fine just to move that knight to D1 or A4. Maybe that's even it. If B4, you have knight D1. So A3 becomes more important once you're castling. Because once you castle, then you want more, excuse me, then you want more squares for the knight. Kind of interesting. E5. Man, 19. What was the time control, by the way? It's very strange. I mean, I assume taking knight d5. Probably. Yeah, it makes more sense. It's more aggressive. No, it seems somewhat reasonable. Okay, yeah. He definitely needed to take on e5. Like, this is not looking too good. This is not looking like it. Man, okay. I just want to take a look. Okay, we have rook e1. We have a free h7 pawn. Let's say knight h3. Knight h3 somewhere could be very interesting. Like knight h3, knight g5, knight h7. I guess you can potentially do the same thing with the knight on c3, but knight h3 here is a really tempting move. Because, yeah, I mean, if your knight lands on h7, like, it's just GG's. But it also comes with other threats, like knight on g5, rook e1 becomes a huge threat. Knight on b8 could have better prospects. He's like knight c3, rook e1 ideas. Hey! Chess Dojo with a huge raid! Let's go! Raid. Guys, let's see that excitement. Drop them emotes. Guys, how was the Chess Dojo stream? I say this every time Dojo raids, and I stand by it because, I mean, we're a believer. Chess Dojo, like the people behind it, and like the dojo. We do have our very own dojo code. So for anyone that just sees Chess Dojo, sees the raid, and thinks, yeah, check it out. They have a very cool community. Probably one of my favorite things that I've seen from Chess Dojo is the ability to set up training games with other people. We were just talking about that a bit with Dude. And I know from Dude, like there's definitely some challenge in setting up games. Like he's gone through a lot of process and managed to set up those games, but you know, having a place that you can go based on your rating and try and set that up, I think is great. And the dojo talks, yeah, some of them are. I mean, I'm not the biggest podcast guy, but some of the dojo talks I have still been interested enough in, as not a podcast guy, to go listen to and straight up quote those in some stream about some of the things they get into and talk about. Probably one of the best aspects of them having a few people, you know, 3 people behind it. They have different opinions and can really elaborate on some of these things. And what is the significance of having to do tactics with speed as it comes to improvement? Is it more for recognition of them or just to get more of them done? No, so I okay, one sec. Let me process this whole idea. You wanted to... So, wait, is the issue with 94 D5 C3 that he has Queen E7 now? No, so at least the way I see it when it comes to puzzles is if you're going for more of a speed solve, that's pattern recognition. If you're taking your time on puzzles, that's more like actually building your ability to calculate, to think moves ahead. If you're just guessing, then you're doing... I mean, maybe you're getting a little bit of pattern recognition, but you're missing out a lot. Like, we were talking about this just a little bit ago, but like if you're really dedicated to improving your calculation, like you should pay attention a lot to your accuracy. Yeah, no, I think he's hoping for this, but D5 kind of ruins this because the queen, I guess, just drops back. Which I think is part of the downside to having moved this knight, is it's actually nice that that knight is definitely better than this knight, because that knight on C3 does provide some benefit in allowing rook E1. Okay, does play C3 and then takes H7. This is looking pretty bad for black though, but does he have counterplay? Steven, he cooked up. He won. He won the day. H3 D5. King D8. King's escaping. No, I mean I'd play Knight G5 there, right? House line with the raid. House line. I did see that you were doing some game commentary. How was that? Raiders, how was it? Did he do a good job? I mean, I assume so. House line. He's pretty good with that stuff. Right now, I'm trying to figure out how black's not just like absolutely screwed here. The knight did land on H7. Freestyle commentary is hard. It's it was something that, who did I see? I've seen 2 people talk about it. Danya, I feel like talked about it. I think he talked about it, I want to say on Dina's channel. They're unfiltered. Dina and Emily talking to Danya, sort of like a podcast format. I want to say he talked about it there. Sometimes I confuse what Danya has said, where he said it. I mean, he's cool, and I've heard a lot of his stuff, and I like his opinions. But yeah, it's something that he talked about. I completely lost my train of thought, and just trying to remember where it was said. And Emil Sutovsky kind of mentioned there is some definite truth to commentary. Like for any game, you can just hit that explore button and see the openings and see what's been played there before. You know, for the first like 15 moves, it's just like about opening theory for the most part. And even then, like, you're familiar with structures and you can reference different games about the structures. Hey, you know, back in 1975, Karpov played this in this particular structure. In freestyle, don't have a lot of that. Okay, so you could have just played queen takes f8. You could have. Okay, Borat. Farming washed NMs. Would have farmed a good NMs. I mean, hey, Borat playing OTB chess is a win either way. I think he could definitely get his rating up. For me, salient point is that beginners, it's a nightmare to follow fish random. I've heard it both ways actually. Like I've seen people talk about it, and I think he was so antsy in that interview. Yeah, he definitely had some things he wanted to say. Closm, the queue is through Twitch, so all the you have to join there. Fortunately, it is not shared. No, so there is another side to it, right? None of the patterns are familiar, but sometimes opening theory like just goes over our head, right? Like off the top of my head, like the Nakamura Nepomniachtchi game from the candidates was just a wild one that like you can kind of follow, but it's also kind of disappointing to follow because you just kind of know a lot of its theory and it looks crazy and you're just kind of looking at the computer to understand it. So like there's some understanding there, but it's also like super hectic and all that. I don't know. I do think there are two sides to it. Not that I disagree. I think overall it is more difficult to follow for newer players. But it's where I think some of the classical chess, I think still with theory and all that, it's still difficult to follow, or it's just, I mean, it's kind of boring and equal and not as fun to follow. Yeah, king d2 seems nice. I mean, you're avoiding the simple queen takes f8, which is probably just winning, but, you know, this also should be. Just cooking him up. Yeah, you're up in exchange, and okay, he's trying. Okay, now just queen f4 is GG's, or rook a1. Rook a1 probably a bit more fun, but oh well, you got you got them both. You got them both. I mean, you get both of them, then it's definite over. No counterplay. Maybe you should have taken on f6 first. No, it doesn't matter. He's accepting his fate. Wait, your opponent did beat young Bobby Fischer? Wait, this guy? Not to sound surprised, but it was also a little bit like, wow, like this guy is he's been around. 5x5 chess is a better choice for beginners, I think. And you have the added benefit of having to worry about less stuff. Yeah, it's got to be a balance though. Show me the speed. How's it going? Feel like it's been a minute. I hope you're doing well. Yeah, he's super old. Wait, is he really 90 years old? I mean, taking f6, yeah, I agree, but you know. No, I mean, he didn't play terribly. Like, it really just feels like a big opening disaster. From then, he played decent, but it was just too big of an uphill battle. What's my chess goal this year? You know, people have been asking me about my goals, and I don't know. I really need to figure that out. My last like real serious goal. I mean, I'm kind of working on my puzzle rating and getting that up. But my last real goal was just to like get games against Magnus and Hikaru in some of these online tournaments. And I did. It kind of pushed me. I ended up playing both of them. Okay, I lost a few times to Hikaru, but I did end up beating him. I did beat Magnus, so it's like, you know, we achieved that goal. And, yeah, I don't know. I'm at a weird place. It's great. So, okay. I'd be curious everyone's opinion on this, because Burrito Salad, thank you for the follow. I feel like I'm at a weird place. I'm around 2,900 blitz. And so like a very reasonable, I think like long-term goal for me, I would is first cross 3,000 blitz and then like 3,100. But there's like a small part of me that really dislikes where the chess community is at right now with that stuff, because I don't have a ton of intentions of improving my classical. Soupy, thanks for the follow. And I just feel like if I didn't improve my classical rating and I push my blitz, like I'm just gonna get a lot of flack. And I'm gonna get accusations, and you know, at some point I'm definitely getting Kramnik on my case. And so it just kind of sucks. Like I feel like I'm at a really awkward point where I'm happy with my ratings. I feel pretty good at blitz and bullet. But I just feel like if I really improved, it's going to come with a lot of backlash for doing absolutely nothing. Like just playing chess, just trying to improve. And I feel like I know exactly, like the 3 things I would work to improve. Overall, my speed. Improve my tactics, which I'm already kind of doing. And like actually having some serious things again. And then openings. Like at some point, openings would be a huge thing. Like, admittedly, I've been very lazy on my openings. Yeah, 3,000. No, 3,000 is definitely a goal. It's just like, I guess because I listened to the Danya interview. By the way, Borat, very nice game. Don't have much else to say. Like, just very clean win. I never checked dude off the list, so let me do that, and then it will be, and make sure that's all good. Then it will be Paul. But yeah, I mean, Danya is someone that has gone through like literal hell. Like literal hell. Like, I mean, he talked a bit about this on the podcast recently. But like he actual like Discord dedicated to going through his games and trying to find shady stuff. Like, that's wild. And I'm all for not giving a flying F about what people say, but people harassing you is just never fun. Lug, things are going pretty well. So yeah, it's kind of a weird thing. Like, I definitely think I'll push for 3,000, but... And then kind of have started working on that a bit. But yeah, it's a weird thing as far as like long-term goal. Hitting openings is the worst. Definitely not the first thing for me to... Like, it's just fun to play my openings, and it's a little bit BS, but I just get like fun positions to play. Ask Donnie about what I should... No, I mean, I think the answer is still to push and try and improve and all that. It's just... It is definitely one of those that it's just like hearing everything he's gone through, like... And maybe it's I think it's even less to do with me and less to do with my goals. It's just like really sad. Like that part of the community is just like tragic to me. Especially with Danya, because Danya I think is a very kind person. And like I know that guy isn't sus. I have played that guy online and over the board 100%, 100, like zero doubts. Have I ever for even a move felt like I'm playing someone different online, or that there's something different online than over the board? So it's just really, really sad. Yeah. Yeah, I know. Worst case scenario drama makes Sharkz better known. Yeah. If you've asked me in your situation, I definitely put more and more energy into building and strengthening the community. Yeah, no, I mean that's definitely my focus, with like a little bit in the background. Like if still I do want to improve my chess. Dang, Steven, you're cooking up in Bullet. Nice. Lug, you join the queue. I will try my best to get through it. It as you can probably already tell, this game review pretty chill. Like we get to the chess. We do. We talk about chess, but you know, we also do some solid chatting. Yeah, someone accused a player in my event of cheating falsely a while ago. Could have gotten messy if I trusted them. Yeah, I mean, there's some culture. Even some of the players I like overall, I like Magnus. But my understanding is, with everything that went down in September 2022, like he didn't really have any hard evidence to back it up. And like that to me is, Hans isn't my favorite, but that to me is very disappointing. Like I do hope the Netflix documentary sheds more light and that there's more to it than what meets the eye, but it's very, very sad. The commands are pinned. The command to join is !Q space join. No, I mean I wouldn't say I'm on Hans's side. In general, he's done some things that I'm not the biggest fan of, but in that instance, I do think that was unfair. Like, I just think the way Magnus acted was totally not okay. Infinite Potato, how's it going? Connor McChicken, hello. I'm gonna hurry and run to the restroom. I'll be right back, but we're gonna think about this. Bishop takes C2. I'm definitely missing it. It looks understandable. I'll be right back. It did kind of. I was actually talking more about Magnus. Was more talking about Magnus. Dang, Penguin wants the gym journey. That would be sweet. I mean, Tony definitely does do the gym. That guy works out very consistently. Me, I was getting there. I was starting to, and then I ended up in the hospital, and since then I've been lazy. So, you know, we'll get there. We'll get back at some point. One person did cheat in one of the events a long time ago. Everyone played their games against them as it was stockfish. But with human time management, they got banned, and the stabilized still was crazy. Some pretty good lines for the game against them, though. There's a lot of it. True. There's a lot of it. It's just, yeah. Just very strange. Like, cheating is very bad. But, yeah, chess has turned into this weird community where, like, you if you improve too much, then, you know, it's sus. Like, guaranteed. And, yeah, I mean, some players get it, and it's just crazy. Like, some people had some suspicions about Gukesh. You know, biggest is Danya. Like, it's just crazy. Do I think the Jobava London holds up in classical chess? Yeah. I mean, the London has been played in World Championship matches, so I think it's the thing. Okay, I still don't understand this. I mean, I assume, like, Rook C1 and maybe there's something with Knight D5, but Bishop takes C2, like, feels very reasonable to me. Now, I do know in some situations, if you're trading here, then you can kind of look to do this, but Bishop takes C2 seems in line with it. I think I disagree. Yeah, I mean, if one of them's going to be bad, it would be taking H6. I think if you take on H6, taking on C2 makes a lot of sense. And maybe I shouldn't get too wrapped up in it, because I think this is just your own commentary, but yeah, I just I mean, I don't hate this type of play, if I'm being honest. It's a bit wild, but yeah, sometimes just grabbing a pawn and buckling down and telling your opponent you don't have it is kind of nice. Go E4. Yeah, Steven, you would play E4 and get away with it. Like, I don't know how you make some of this, the stuff you play work. I mean, I do, because, like, I see the good moves and I see the good ideas you come up with, but still, like, it's pretty crazy. I feel like chess was toxic even without cheating accusations. I mean, everything is toxic when people invest so much time into it. And even the cheating accusations, I mean, there are things around that have been around for a long time. Right? Like, that's not necessarily something new this generation. I feel like it's gotten worse. Like, I feel like it's more widespread, but there's definitely a lot of those feelings. Okay, I mean, so far I don't hate this. Maybe A6, actually. It's not my favorite. I would definitely prefer to go C6, personally. It's just so solid. And I think you're going to want this knight on D7 anyways. So something like C6, you know, bishop ends up on F5 again, and then we're bringing the queen out here. Oh, man, see, BP even knows about the lipstick. Like, how crazy is it? That whole thing was freaking wild. I can't believe that's real. I've been playing chess for 23, almost 24 years now. Yeah, I think this is a little bit of a slightly wrong direction. Because the pawn here will almost always be more solid on the c file than the knight. Because no sacking, no trading, no like bishop takes a6 take, and this is hanging. Like it's just never gonna be worth it if the pawn's on c6. But I also think the knight, deceptively, even though it feels more active, has less to do. On d7, potential maneuver to c4 at some point. It could support e5 at some point. It could support this knight on e4. But here, you're not really going to b4. It's going to get stopped. Maybe the best hope is swinging it over to c4, similar to like b6 and c4. But then, why are we putting it here? If all we're really getting is the same idea, let's keep our position more solid and put it on d7. Cheating accusation have been going on since people claimed Deep Blue was cheating by using human assistance. So it's kind of funny because there are some of that, and some of it is true. Some of it's definitely true. I mean, or seems likely. Storm, how's it going? No, Tapichka, it was a situation with Anna Rudolph, a tournament she did very well where one of her players accused her of cheating, saying she had a computer in her lipstick. How do you deal with opponents who have a fetish with bishop pins on the knight that's on? I mean, first of all, probably keep your distance from those people. That's a weird thing to be into. But secondly, you just make the trade and beat him with the two bishops. Like, I don't know. What's the issue? What happened to the knight on b8? You don't want the same. Yeah, no, that's fair. Yeah, I don't love bishop e6. I would much rather play rook f8. Just like in general, I think rook f8. Let's leave this bishop open. It's a bit awkward for this rook to be on h8 anyways, because you have to constantly watch out for queen g7. It's a threatening move. I'm not ever worried about this pawn. Like, I would invite the capture here. Give me the open h file. Sounds perfect. I think rook f8 all around makes a lot more sense. That's a wild one. Well, Tapichka, I mean, I think I could be wrong. I could be wrong on this, but I think that was part of it for Anna Rudolph. I mean, not the entire case of why she stopped competing, but I mean, here she had a breakout tournament, something that should have been very exciting, and it just turned into complete drama. And like completely overblown. Yeah, some other things going on. I mean, it sounds like there's some other things the last few years too that are very unfortunate. Yeah, okay, so you were worried about knight takes h7. Yeah, I'm just not that worried about this. Like, we make this trade, then we castle, and we've completely eliminated the pressure. We have rook h8. We have e5. Like, positionally, this feels fantastic. Where the bishop, I mean, you still have to be careful with queen g7, and then, maybe e4 at some point. Like, I don't know, even just capturing, losing that bishop feels sad, because there's, a lot of open light squares here. A lot of the game happening on light squares. Yeah, so he starts focusing in on the center, and eventually, yeah, you bring the rook to f8. But this isn't ideal. Like, this A pawn is not worth both your rooks being trapped, right? And two tempi, you know, to bring that bishop down. Play b4 way or if you're white. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure it's on the horizon. But yeah, I think that in that way, like, it should be pretty clear that this wasn't right, because it really is the case. Like, your two rooks are being trapped because you didn't want to give up a pawn. Whereas if you just put the other rook there, then, you know, this rook will help support. You can fight in the center. A lot of opportunity. Imagine it's very difficult, but at a certain point you just have to minimize any other factor if you want to be among the best. Yeah. Wasn't Gukesh accused by Kramnik? I don't think so. I think Kramnik did have some issues with how they were broadcasting the games at the Olympiad. I think because they were using phones and not cameras for the games. I mean, I think someone, maybe it's better not to tell him that cameras could also connect to the Wi-Fi and stuff, but maybe not. Lug, thank you for the follow. Wait, how did we start talking about drinking? Oh, I missed that. I missed that little section. Yeah, the videographers are just based in India. Yeah. I mean, Kramnik just being Kramnik. Kramnik is someone that I think is a genius chess player and could have done a ton of good for chess, but I think too often his pride gets in the way. Too often. Okay, I'm pausing. I don't understand e4. I think e4 is now my new. We're gonna come back to. The idea of e5 to me is you want to open up the position, and you have the perfect opportunity to do so by taking. Take. I mean, it is a bit awkward to do something with your pieces. Knight h5 could be an idea. I don't know if Queen E7. Man, it's a little awkward. I want to do something about this, but this is like stuck now. Takes f7. Like, I borderline like want to play rook e8 and just like sack. Just like let him fork me, play Queen E7. That's actually not a terrible idea. I maybe prefer doing this. This may be my favorite line so far. Actually, it just works, right? Because we take a piece and we threaten a rook. Hold on. Just rook e8. GG's, game over. All serious, I think take and rook e8 is looking quite nice. If he moves the bishop, now we play rook e7 and we actually breathe life into these. Oh wait. Queen wait, Queen g7. No, we play here first. Duh. We play rook g8 first, not rook e8. There's kind of this funny thing. Rook e8, knight takes f7, and the queen trapped. I mean, I'm sure we have knight h5, but it's still wild how the queen, two different squares, kind of in the middle of the board, is just in some danger. 11-year-old FM signed up for Borat's tournament. Gonna be up for a challenge. Oh, all right. Whoa, tournament's happening. Cooking up. Let's go. Up to Kramnik for his chess, not for his behavior. Same with Bobby. Personality is part of the level. If you put narrow focus on anything in life, other areas will suffer. Topichka. That's a whole nother conversation. Queen f4, just queen takes f6. Yeah, I mean, okay, it's less that, because again, rook g8, it's less to say that this line is the way to go, and more just to say it's kind of crazy how low on squares the queen is. It's kind of a fun thing. But I do think that's the right direction. I think take and rook e8. I might try and show up solely to play king. There we go. I'm ready. I'm ready. I'll be working on my Alapin lines on the flight over. No, I mean, chess itself does not teach you to be a normal human being. Wow, Vidit recently reconsidering his decisions, kind of burnt out on chess. It's brutal. Like, that's why I say, like, I am starting to believe more and more that the path to improving in chess is less hidden as much as just like few people are willing to do it, because it's brutal, right? Like, it's, I mean, you're spending hours and hours a day just like focused on like solving puzzles. Like, my coach wanted me doing 4 hours a day of calculation work, and of course, like, focused, like serious from a book, setting it up on the board. I do that now, and I'm like, man, I can't. I get to 3 hours, I'm like, I'm tired. How did I do this? How did we get here? And it's crazy to think that's still probably lower than what some of these guys do. Nero, thank you for the follow. I mean, it's just, yeah, being a master in chess does not make you smart. No, I mean, chess, I think, teaches you a lot of critical thinking skills that help in aspects of improving and just learning and intelligence, but no, I don't think it inherently makes you smart. Okay, I kind of glanced over this, but yeah, I think this all comes down to e4, if I'm being honest. I think e4 was is so in the wrong direction. Like, all of e5 I like, but the whole goal is to open up the position, and like, you defended your opponent's position for him. And then, yeah, maybe a small moment, but definitely queen e7. Like, why not? Why not? Like, why are we not threatening? But we can threaten something, why are we not? Might as well gain the tempo. And in general, I think that's the direction you want to head. Queen e7, rook e8. You know, d2, bishop c2. Yeah, actually, queen e7. Hold on, your opponent jumped in this. Maybe two. I think knight takes b7 might be wrong. Maybe they should have played rook takes, because queen e7, you hit here. He guards that. Then d2, bishop c2. Tactically, am I missing something? This looks like a problem. Isn't there a famous quote, to play chess is a sign of a gentleman, to play chess well is a sign of a wasted life? I mean, I wouldn't be shocked. Most of chess is just pattern recognition, doesn't need a genius. That I don't agree with. At least not in that sense. Because pattern recognition, I mean, there's a lot of it, but I think it's just one aspect of understanding in chess. You have to argue you have to be at least above average intelligence to be good. The type of work you have to do in chess is very similar to fields in which, with a fraction of the work, you can be set for life. Anyone can reach around 2100, of course, with different amount of work. But if you're below under 20 IQ, you'll never be a top player. Yeah, definitely to be... Danya said that one. Morphe quote. really wasn't something Morphe said. Wait, so Danya quoted it as a Morphe quote, but Zlatan, you're saying that that's not actually real. Okay, yeah, so he plays King F2, or he plays Knight H3 to defend. So let's say Knight H3, but now you play D2, and then you're just like, you're pre-moving. Bishop C2 almost. It doesn't matter if the rook's there, that's probably actually worse. He should move away, but now, like, it's a fork. You're going to promote, or you're going to attack this rook. That's a huge problem. If he stops D1, he has the additional problem of this knight hanging. So it almost makes me think he can protect E3. Like, protecting E3 is starting to feel like a mistake. But then, I mean, you just get this. And it will be a check. Because when I say not protecting, I think like rook D1. Like, he has to move one of these pieces. And either way, you're going to get this with the tempo. King F2, same issue. D2, and then bishop C2, and problems. I think someone brought up the quote in this chat, and he was like, Morphe actually didn't say that. Oh, he corrected it. Danya, I mean, okay, some reality to the fact that Danya as a commentator, like a chess commentator. Whiskey, thank you so much for the massive raid. Everybody, welcome in. Hope the stream was absolutely fantastic. Feel free to give us some of those emote hype and tell us about the stream. But sure, it was a fantastic time. And anyone who's not following, drop that follow with the shout out for good content. Currently, I'm doing game analysis, and we're also a lot of chatting. A lot of chatting. The latest topic in the game is that Paul should have played Queen E7. Just attacking, and then there's some issues with D2. And then the chat conversation, because this is usually how it goes. We have game analysis and then some conversation happening on the side. Is about, you know, strong chess players, one, are not necessarily intelligent, but it probably requires some level of extra intelligence to be one of the top players. And two, that chess and chess studying doesn't really, like, it's tough. It takes a lot of commitment and doesn't necessarily teach you to be like the most outgoing person, or, you know, it's a bit more of an inward game and has some consequences because of that in the very serious chess studying. Paul, I also think, just knowing you as a player, I imagine from the games we've seen of you before, you, and I see it in this comment, now my position was falling apart, I have a feeling you got kind of discouraged around this time and maybe even started to check out a little bit. Where here Queen E7 seems like a very good challenge. Now I'm going to just turn on the evaluation bar. Yeah, like I imagine with this knight takes B7, you're getting discouraged. But you had the advantage with Queen E7. I'm actually not sure how white defends. Like point 7, maybe he plays E4. Now that I think about it, that was dumb. I'll be thinking about, like, as soon as I say, hey, the problems are bishop c2 and queen takes e3, yeah, the move has to be e4. But still, like, this is a game. Okay, taking is wrong. Very difficult game, but it's a game. Man, taking is... I had to play it again just to confirm. This is wild. I'm actually pretty confused. We could spend some time trying to figure this out. I'm feeling like I need to go a little bit faster through this game because we've been here a while, but like, what the heck? On takes is so natural. What secrets is white cooking up? Maybe just to ignore you, I guess. Take not drop back. Like, there's something just tactically here I'm missing, like an idea. Ralph, thank you for the follow. Blazing Heart, you were always the dumbest in the smart class, or near the top of regular people. But it was Blazing Heart. What is this? You roast yourself. Just Diary on YouTube. Stark, yes, thank you for the follow. Steven, I do agree with that. Like, I think having some exposure just to players better than you goes a good way. Bishop e6 instead. I'm trying to go after this rook. I could agree, but I'm just trying to figure out what white's doing here. That's such a problem. But we should move on. I don't like using it. Okay, so I had a feeling it was something with the queen. Okay, so we start with this just to stop d2. And then take. And this position's just bad. So when the queen opens up, that's the issue with taking on e4, is we lose our counterplay with d2. So we should start with d2. And this makes a huge difference. Oh, this is just tactics. Okay, now if knight takes e4. Okay, I'm wrong. I was thinking we take and then we have this idea and we're threatening here, which is kind of a funny concept that we're forking a fork, right? We're forking a knight and a fork, a second fork. And so if the knight moves, we play that other fork, but he has rook e3. Okay, so rook e3 is just an absolute bummer. So we take e4 first, and now we get knight takes e4, and positionally everything makes a lot more sense because the computer said so. Yeah, that's a wild line. That's wild. But definitely queen e7 still, like, 100%, even if you don't see this. It's real! Or forking a fork! Absolutely, Steven. Fork a fork. Tactic. That's how tactics work. Well, if you're the smartest person in the room, you're probably in the wrong place. Yeah, that's good. Forkception. A fork and a fork and a fork. Wow, now I want to build that puzzle. That would be a wild puzzle. Fork, fork, fork. 3 forks in one puzzle. We'll think about that one. Okay, it was... Yeah, see, now you go queen e7, but it lost a lot of its sting because you didn't have time for bishop c2. Yeah, I think even d2 here really killed your chances. Because if you play queen e7 first, like, the power of d2 is d2 bishop c2. And here he was able to take here just too easily because you opened up the defense. That's the difference. Is playing d2, you actually defend this pawn for him. If I'm not the dumbest in the room, I'm in the wrong place. I mean, it's actually not a terrible... As sad as that sometimes sounds, that's actually not a terrible thing. Not a terrible situation to be in. Okay. So you kind of just trying to buckle down. Trying to buckle down. I don't hate this. The rook has finally moved, which is awesome. The rook has potential, but we see g5, and g5 I don't like. Definitely should just continue buckling down and defending. Do something like this, although I guess rook a5, it's not as simple anymore. Yeah. I have a feeling why I don't hate what you're doing, that a lot of the opportunity in this position is starting to fade. Maybe rook e8. Maybe rook e8's the right call. Try to put pressure here. And just let him play rook takes c7. Knight takes e6, rook takes e7. After d2, was there rook b8? Yes, actually. EQLTV! Thanks for the follow. How's it going? Although, EQL, you were chatting here a little bit ago. Last week, a few days ago. How have things been? How was the weekend? Being the dumbest would be depressing. Middle is better. That's true. Like, for that psychological boost, you don't want to be the dumbest. But for the actual learning boost, you don't want to be the smartest. Dang. Alright, your opponent just locked in here. Old guy near his floor needed to calm the F down. Okay, wait. But what? Hold on. Just for my sake. Okay, king a6. Wait, hold on. I believe this is winning for white. But I would not resign yet. Like, I would play this out a little bit. Because I feel like he has to play at least a move that's not check, right? King a8. At some point he plays rook c7. That's not a check. I don't think you're stopping me. But you might as well play to that point. But I would probably go king a6 here. Right? Like, at least maybe try with bishop c6. I mean, queen takes c6. Already, I think he's not winning. Rook takes c6. You play king b7, and you could, I don't know, dance around a little bit. Okay, no, the queen c6 exists. Maybe go queen a7. Just try it with the two rooks. I don't know. I go a little bit. You want to be ignorant because that is bliss. Sometimes I agree. But yeah, I mean, definitely the biggest moment. Okay, earlier in the game, I think playing c6. I didn't like bishop e6. I think you tied down your rooks. Not taking d4 and then queen e7. Very interesting game. Like, you definitely still had chances throughout a lot of this. And I think a part of that came down to the fact that his queen was out of the game, relatively. Oh, he also... Wait, no. Rook c5, bishop b5. Our queen's hanging, but it's not checkmate. No, that's fair. That's fair. But, as I say, like, I would at least play it out just a little bit. Take queen. Yes, I mean, yeah, but it's not mate. Just we might as well. It takes a few seconds. It takes a few seconds to play it, and at some point for them, it's even kind of satisfying, right? Like, they played this very nice combination. I don't think anyone's gonna be too upset. You just let them, be a little fancy for a second. BP, how do you pronounce your name? You pronounce it like BP. That's it. Only way. We never say it out loud. Never. It's impossible. Alright. All type of player. Let's go. I've gotten too involved in chatting in some of these games. We have not gone through a lot of games. We have not. But no, very interesting game, Paul. But remember, don't check out too soon. Don't check out. Oh, with the French. Hey, bien brûlé. Sorry to French people everywhere. Unless it's the first day. Yeah. But rare times. How long is the stream gonna go for? I will pick up the pace here, I promise. Yeah, I will. And we have probably an hour and a half left, at least. Probably an hour and a half left. Very interesting one. I'm never a fan of these positions for black, but I know, like, they kind of turn out to be reasonable. Although I would have expected maybe he should have gone d5. I mean, here, e5. Really want to play e5 now. Really want to play e5. Open up the bishop, and then you look for h4 or bishop g5 then. Because if he plays e5, d6, then bishop g5, and then h4, and you crush. Yeah, I think black not playing d5. Topichka says you should have gone for like a c4 setup to discourage d5, I imagine. Okay, but your d6, do not like that move from your opponent. Pressure on the light squares now, and he gives up the bishop. Yeah, he should have just traded. It's a very ugly structure. You join as first person. Steven, you cannot escape the queue. Once you are in the queue, you will forever be in the queue. There is no command to leave. Yeah, very, very strange setup from your opponent. I think you should have kept this bishop. At least played bishop b5. Because this, like, potential looks really nice. F4. It's almost less about not trading this bishop and more just that these knights don't have squares, right? Like, this knight is bad, and that's the knight you're trading the bishop for, is actually this one, because that's gonna just jump into e5. This knight's not a terrible one to trade for, but this knight is doing nothing, so let's avoid the trade and then f4. Where'd you? How is Q such a powerful letter? It has all the power. Shatter a Q flag someone in a 15-10 game, never thought that would happen. I mean, it happens. Happens. I have flagged a couple of times in long classical time control. Okay, that one I don't feel too bad about. The first time, because I was losing. The second one I do. Because I was on the better side of a draw and just got 2 in the zone and flagged. Murga, thank you for the follow. But I've been more the beneficiary. I've had opponents flag twice in drawn positions in classical games. Wait, how did this fall apart so quickly? Oh yeah, because black's position is awful. I don't know if I have as much to say about this. Although, what is e5? Like, e5... Your opponent can play queen takes. Like, that's not illegal to play queen takes. And not lose a pawn. And he's threatening mate, so you don't have time for knight c7, but knight c7 is still bad. Yeah, I guess you would just take and play knight c7. That's crazy. Jean-Luc Picard. That was cute. That reference, I actually got extra cheese for once. One of your references, I actually understand. Yeah. Okay, let's see. I definitely have a preference to queen g4. I'm just trying to think of bishop c8. So you play queen g4. No, actually, still, I think this is good because you play queen c4 and now you have queen c6, encouraging him to take and really fighting for this square. I'd rather play checkers than play rook a6. And you flagged in an online 30-minute game and have flagged others. No, I mean, you just get focused. Like, the time I flagged in a better position, I flagged so badly that if my opponent had not come back to the board and pointed it out, I probably would have kept thinking for another 3 minutes. What? Tapichka? Don't start watching Star Trek? Ooh, lame. Get a better opinion. I watched pretty much all of Star Trek: The Next Generation, and okay, it's been about it's been about 10 years since I watched it, but I enjoyed it. I don't remember too much about it, but I enjoyed it. Yeah, somewhere you let him blockade, and I think you just needed a little bit more precision with queen g4. Okay, this should still be winning, because at some point you play c5 and you win. Okay, like, they're great time, I think, to play c5. If I'm not, okay, I'm a little mistaken. Although part of this is that you want the rooks here. I think that's part of it. Is you want rook c1, rook d1, and then c5. Like, rook c1 here, I think, is the move. Then if he plays bishop d7, we can just play c5, because he interrupted the threat. But otherwise, you know, let's do the stuff. No, it's awesome. That's why I'm resisting. Ah, okay, okay. Deep Space Nine is peak Star Trek. Slow to start, but once it gets rolling. Okay, okay. Okay, f4 I like. You didn't break through a c5. But you're getting there on the dark squares. Okay, I'm eyeing, I like pawns. I'm definitely eyeing b6. Something like take and c5, maybe. But you go to double the rooks, and your opponent, after 40 seconds of thinking, decides to resign. Sorry. They decided to resign. Yeah. Yeah. Probably, I mean, I wish I had more to say. Honestly, like, you just got a good position out of the opening, and you won. This is just, your opponent did not play very well. I think some small moments, but overall, just a nice little win. Got him. All right, let's see. I haven't been seeing Spy Caliber, I think, say anything in chat, so I don't know if he's still here. We'll see. Spy Caliber, if you're there, let me know. Yeah, let this be a lesson to you kids. Don't play f6, d6. Like this, there's a reason you don't see pawns on the 6th rank like this. And then, yeah, him not trading the dark squared bishop probably was the biggest tragedy for him. Like, he basically puts his pawns on dark squares, at least the ones that are getting attacked, and then he gives up the dark squared bishop. It's poor planning. Connected with, yeah, I mean, the knight on f7, but even if he at least, like, tried to make d5 happen, or again, like, make this trade and then, like, f5 happen at some point, it could have been something. Like, imagine take knight c6. I still prefer white, but it's definitely not as tragic as what the game was. Puts a knight on e5, you know, pretty similar, but that knight actually guards the d7 pawn now, and yeah. Crazy. Didn't know chess.com had secret quests, like putting all your pawns on the 6th rank. Some of those achievements, man, gotta get them, gotta lock them in. Oh, you're just so down on yourself. All right, did not hear from Spy. Actually, let me check background. My messages. Okay. My usual someone asking me to play in my messages, but that's about all we got. So let's see if Ninja Banana. Ding. Fat Barbie, thank you for the follow. Ninja Banana, if you're there, your time to shine has arisen. Generally the lower the accuracy, like lower accuracy games are probably going to be better. I think it's not less to do with wins and losses and more to do with lower accuracy. Because lower accuracy, usually there's a lot of inaccuracies, there's a lot of mistakes, so more chance to dive into stuff. So Ninja, you can either just post the link to the game in Twitch chat, and I'll pull it up, or you can send your game to me on chess.com messages, or you can whisper your game to me on Twitch. And that is the order of preference. So just putting the link in chat, number one. Yeah, let's just end it there. That's the preferred. Bad Barbie stub. I like your energy. Game analysis is up. What's up with you? Or you can use smoke signs. I mean, look, I could turn smoke signs into a PGN. One of my chess nerdy things is that I actually relatively understand how FENs and PGNs work. PGNs aren't that complicated. But typically enough that if a PGN is not loading for whatever reason, I can edit it to make it work. So you give me some smoke signs, we can make it happen. Lower accuracy, more inaccuracies, exactly. Just good logic. Send it on MySpace. No, MySpace was before my time. At least my time on social media. But even that, some people will send it to me on Discord, which is like the worst way. Because on Discord, this is a streaming computer. I am not signed into my Discord here. So, trying to grab it from Discord, I know I can. Like, I could make it work. I could. Really could. I just really don't want to. Wait, this isn't a different game, is it? No, Ninja. Don't worry, I got it. I pay more attention to things than I often seem like I do. I promise. I'm locked in. Enough. MySpace was hacked and leaked people's email and passwords. Dang. Is that just how all things blow up? Because I think that's also how, oh, you don't know what game this meant? No, this should be fine. Is this a thing? Is B4 a move? B4 is a move. It is not a great move. Queen takes B4 has a higher win rate for black when it comes to the master games. What's the... There we go. That's the better view. So So it's not the best move, but it's move. There's a trap. There's a video trap. Of course there's a video trap. This is one of them TikTok gambits, isn't it? Chess8181 was sitting on TikTok, saw this idea. Leon Hart gambit. Okay. So let me turn this off. If you guys know the trap, queen takes b4. I don't know. I do not know this trap. So I turned off the openings, I think. I assume knight d5, right? It's gotta be knight d5. Wait, let me flip this for a second. Have I seen this before? No! Oh. No, I think I have seen this before. Is it knight b5? I want to say it's knight b5 instead. Rook b1? Oh, goodness. It's rook b1 immediately. Okay. Rook b1. Do I get trapped? Rook b1. I mean, my gut reaction would be queen d6. That's my gut. Because in my head, queen c5, then we're just giving him a free move. I mean, maybe that's fine, though. But, okay, let's go off of my gut. Queen d6. Let's not use our brain. Am I going to get TikTok trapped? Okay, queen d6. Now, I'm just seeing if I get trapped. Like, if gut reaction, if I'd get trapped in this. If queen takes, it's not a trap. It's just activity. Trap is if queen doesn't take. Oh. Okay, so b4 just looks scary. You just kind of scare him. Let's see. Yeah, so here... Oh, wait, d4. d4, actually, the activity for white pays off, apparently. Knight f3. Okay, so there is no trap. At least not here. You should just... Yeah. Unless d4 has some secret... No, knight f3. Like, it just looks like development. Just normal development. Like, we're just playing chess. White's active. Black took a pawn. I'm a little bit sad. I was ready to get trapped. I was ready for it. All right. Queen b6. Wait, but this isn't the trap. It's a cool trap. Oh, is it knight d5, bishop b5? Is this what we're shooting for? Is this what we're... Is this it? I mean, because this is a trap. I know traps. This is a trap. Oh, wait. Ash knows a trap, too, after queen takes. So queen takes. Play knight b5. Queen a5. Bishop c4. Oh, you see, we're seeing it. Hold on. There's some traps. c6. Bada bing. Bada boom. Queen h5. This is dumb. Ah! Ash, thank you. All type of player also, thank you. Thank you. Yeah, I got too focused and they're not being a trap. Eric Rosen pulled this off in title. Of course it's Eric Rosen that pulled this off in Title Tuesday. Yeah, that's, you know, life makes sense. Oh no, you're queen. Call an ambulance. Yes for you. Haha. Fuck it. Okay. So there are a few traps, but taking on B5 or B4 is fine. Now this not taking is definitely bad. Like your opponent just gets free activity. You might as well take a pawn. Like if they're gonna get the activity, might as well get a pawn for it. But okay, you're solidifying up. Okay. What? Why? Why? Wait. The time for sacrificing pawns for traps is gone. You can take pawns back too. It's fine. It is okay. I promise. Take the pawn. It's okay. Alright, I mean, Ninja, this isn't you. I mean, you took the pawn. I think it was the right call. Bishop B2 just doesn't make sense. It's wild. It's yeah, sure, you have to calculate a little bit, but that's fine. Calculating a little bit won't hurt you. Promise. Chess 818 8181. General misinformation. Okay. This is our public misinformation broadcast. You can have checkmate in 3. Queen B4 wasn't there. It's a good question. I didn't feel like it was there. And I am... I feel like white should be just playing bishop b3. What am I? Yeah. Yeah. Oh, a bishop a3, even better. Extra cheese. Bishop a3, even better. Okay. Yeah, I got too caught up thinking about knight a5. Like, I was thinking about this. And then I realized, like, we're giving up 2 pieces for a rook. So, although, no, we're not trapping the queen. The queen has a5 after c3. Okay, so your opponent gives you 2 pawns. Yeah, okay, small moment. Definitely queen d8. Like, no need to walk into just giving your opponent a free move. And supporting f6, great idea. So queen c7 is not the best, but your opponent... I think you could just move your bishop. Queen f5, rook a1, queen d8. How many times can you move the queen in one game? You just move. It's fine. It's fine. Life's okay. Okay, wait. Bishop takes c2 also exists. So we would have to take this way, and then we play knight c6. Don't allow knight c7. That's just a small thought. But maybe this is fine. I was a bit worried, but maybe this is fine. Okay, no, this is fine. It looks scary. Yeah. No, I definitely overestimated White's position here. That's fair. I wanted at least rook takes e6. At least, you know? Hold on. Yeah, your opponent definitely should have checked here first. I mean, it's probably fine for you. I feel like this was, you've kind of entered into a position that I feel like has more complications than it needs to. Like, I would maybe just king g8 here. Maybe just king g8. Then you just, like, don't have to calculate after king g8. Not that this should be losing, but yeah, he checks you first and then takes, and you don't have the check here. At least something. You don't block the rook. But this, yeah. Yeah, well, bishop d6. Maybe it should have been. Should have been, but okay. Yeah, I mean, definitely the opening. But, yeah, unfortunately, opponent just didn't play very well. I mean, they just kind of gave you some stuff. And you took the stuff. And then they didn't take back the stuff. And then, yeah, I mean, maybe a little bit inaccurate there, and not playing queen d8 right away. Save time, might as well. Yeah. And then, yeah. I'm just disappointed in your opponent. I mean, you know, this is why tactics and like serious work on it to improve your calculation is so important. Because, you know, so many of these games just come down to taking stuff and tactics and calculation, and, you know, even a small moment, like I have no idea why your opponent played a5 and not take here. I have to assume they either saw something they thought they had here, you know, maybe after, or they just panicked because I actually have no idea. If I'm being honest, I feel like your opponent just kind of threw pawns and was hoping it would work. I think they just didn't calculate, and then they kind of realized, like, oh shoot, I'm down some pawns, and then they're like, ah, screw it, let's go for this, and that's the game. But yeah, it's interesting. It's interesting. It's okay. Ninja, you know, this is your first time submitting a game. You'll learn more and more. It's kind of tough. Sometimes it's tough to know what game will actually have a bit more substance. But there is a lot of value to game analysis, and as far as it goes, I would think more about games that you struggled planning, coming up with a plan, and kind of what to do. Those are the biggest games that you would really look out for in analyzing. All right, Chadrick. But I mean, it's totally fine too. Like some people do just submit games just to be like a little bit of a flex. That's fine. I'm here for it. What? I think Tony called those people a name. After a really weird thing when I was 1500, I used to either blunder immediately or playing like Alpha Zero. I was playing like 2700 Euro player. In some games, I'm pretty consistent and play like a regular player. Well, okay, I'll type a player. When you say you used to play like Alpha Zero, explain in your mind what that is. I mean, I like to think you're not 100% being serious, as Extra Cheese likes to say. Don't call him out on the hyperbole. But yeah, I mean Alpha Zero is good, probably better than 2700. But I also am likely to believe that you overestimate your play in the nicest way possible. Just either play awfully or amazingly, like 90%. That's what I say, Ninja. Like, so much of it comes down to calculation. Like, if you feel like you're peaking in that way, like amazing or awful, like those are just tactical blunders or like very clear mistakes. That if your calculation was higher, then no, like don't protect pawns. Wait. Like, don't protect pawns. You had a few games that were very nice. That does not clear it up. Why does no one play C4 openings? I mean, it can be a little bit slower. And, less courses on it. I think for the most part, it's easier for people to play D4 or E4. Just develop pieces. C4 is fine. Your opponent playing queen takes, though, is pretty crazy. Like, yeah, to me, feels very wrong. Like, there are some lines where you don't want to play pawn takes. I just don't feel like this is one of them. You're just getting a lot of free tempi here. Lots of free tempi. Like, somehow, we're on move 10, and your opponent's technically only developed one piece. How do you stop playing the stupid mistakes I make? I'm going to say it time and time again. You got to improve your calculation. Like, get your puzzle accuracy up, and I would just about guarantee that your game accuracy is going to go up. Shoot for precision, not for guessing correctly. Precise calculation is kind of a pain. It's a pain to practice. It's a pain to do in games. But overall, it's a good time when you pull it off. I think just bishop g3. Like, we're gonna fight in the center. I think you want possibilities of playing e5, and I think you do really benefit from the trade on g3. So, you know, why not? You're playing in your first turn and your first game against an 1800 was up a clean pawn, and then you decided to blunder your rook. B-Day. Yeah, what do you... Exactly. The evidence is there that you can improve at that. Like, I saw one of your games, and I can tell you the evidence is there. You tell me a story like that, I can tell you the evidence is there. It's just this, there's this fascination amongst chess players that the secret, like, okay, it's not just chess players. It's a life thing. We want that secret. Nobody knows what the secret is, but we want the secret. We want a secret. We want there to be something, like a shortcut to brilliance. We do. We want it. We want there to be a shortcut so badly. I tell you, there's no shortcut. Like, you can have more effective studying, but I tell you, I have talked to other GMs. We've walked a lot of the same paths. Like, we've done a lot of the same studying. There might be a little difference here or there, but I tell you, talking to other title players, like even talking to like Danya, and you know, hearing some of his life growing up, and like, dang, like, we had different coaches, maybe did a little bit of different studying, but a lot of the path was the same. CJ, don't get a speeding ticket, bro. 95 and 75 is excessive. That is correct. I mean, okay, in Utah is pretty wild. I will say, Utah is one of those places that just about everybody in those big speed zones goes at least 10 over. Like, at least. It's wild. But, I mean, you know, 20 over is... Got pulled over in the... Oh, from Reno! Oh. Rip, bro. That's sad. That's sad. But yeah, I really just genuinely, like... I'm gonna come back to this point just briefly, because I really believe it. Stop looking for a secret. Stop looking for a secret. Stop. You know the answer already. Just start it. Like, start working on your chess. Start putting the time in. Start putting the focus in. Stop looking for the secret. It does not exist. Yes, you will fine-tune your understanding, and yes, at some point you probably will need to do more positional stuff and dive into that, but I'm talking like 2200 plus. At this point, for 99% of chess players, stop looking for the secret, buckle down, and put the effort into the resources you already have. Primarily work on your calculation, but give it a much better effort and put much more focus into it. You will improve. Oh, the drive between Utah and Nevada, like, you can go zoom. There are quite a few roads in that area, in the western direction. You can go zoom. The video titles on YouTube. I didn't become a GM until I did this. You're so funny. Change this one thing. Okay. When it comes to, like, at a title level, yeah, then the improvement becomes, it's a bit of a different game. But, you know, even then, like I said, like, my coach wanted me doing 4 hours a day of calculation, right? Like, even at a title level, it's still, like, you don't avoid doing that grind. People look for shortcuts all the time. Someone in IT, I've had so many people come to me asking for the perfect language to learn. I'm like, bro, just start coding. It doesn't matter. Yeah, and that's the thing. Like, starting the process first will go such a long way. Putting the time in first will go such a long way. there is some fine-tuning that you're studying. Yes, that does exist. But it is so difficult to fine-tune if you're not doing the work in the first place. Like, that is something as a player, as a coach, like if someone comes to me and they're putting in the work, like say they're doing 2 hours a day, I can help them improve. Like, it just would almost guarantee I can help someone who's spending 2 hours a day serious studying on chess improve. But I've found so many people that their 2 hours a day, if they're doing it, is very unfocused. It's kind of all over the place. They'll play some blitz here, they'll guess some puzzles here. Like a good 2 hours, like actually focused, like actually doing the work. What I would consider like an actual 2 hours of studying. If you're doing that, good things will happen. Tell them, see. Going into IT is already a shortcut. Lazy programmer equals best programmer. That's only true in context. I don't think lazy is accurate. At least 2 hours of bullet kid and I did my training. Exactly. And the thing that I've started noticing, and like for some of my students even started kind of calling them out on it. Because you can see average time and stuff. By the way, on this game, yeah, I Bishop G3 I think was like a big thing, because you definitely wanted to trade bishop for bishop here. Dark squares are so important. So your opponent kind of got a little bit on you here in taking e5 with the knight, and then the c5. Like, they're getting a lot of decent play that just never should have been allowed in the first place, and I think wouldn't have happened if you had simply played bishop g3. Just that small difference there. But somehow they, yeah, bishop takes c3 was kind of a terrible. I mean, it's simple, but yeah, just that move alone I think was quite bad. Because now e5 and okay, you're avoiding knight g4. Hold on, I'm gonna calculate this. I think e5 right away should be the move. e5, knight g4, rook e1. And then you're going to get this with Tempe, and you're ready to play rook d7. Much better. Everything is only true in context. Yeah, but maybe it's a minor thing. Maybe it's a minor thing. And it feels... Think about this. Yeah, but no, having the rook on e1 would have been a huge boost, because then you can play rook d7. Like, rook d7, if the rook was on e1, is that nice boost, because I want to play a rook e3 here. Like, rook e3 here, and you're in a very good spot. Either he brings this rook over, and then you sneak this up into d6, which is quite nice, or he just doesn't, and you're defending. Now it's still good for you, but a little bit tricky. Okay, this is fine. At a glance, I definitely prefer rook takes. Yeah, definitely rook takes. And knight doesn't have any clear place to... I mean, maybe c6, but you don't really want to trade the rooks, and getting into the pin makes it very difficult to avoid. So rook takes d4 definitely would have been better, but I mean, all around I think you just kind of maintain that advantage because you have the greater space, and with greater space comes greater maneuverability. Oh, and this is where your opponent lagged. No. Okay, let's analyze this end position. Think about what you should do. I think you should. I don't know about h5. Henry, thank you for the follow. Like your opponent has the advantage here. Okay, maybe after h5, I believe it. No, it's equal. But even here, I still probably prefer your position. I think you just bring this knight to d4, and then you look to play bishop f3. It is difficult though because you traded off the 2 rooks. This is on a dark square. You have a light square bishop. So the reason, even though you have greater space, that like it's equal, or maybe at times the computer prefers black, is because of this. You have light squares and you traded off, leaving yourself with a light square bishop. So very awkward. And I would agree, Murga, with the black would struggle defending these pawns if we could actually attack them. But I mean, it's very true. Like here, rook takes d4. Let's see this. It's still equal. Okay, maybe I'm just being humbled on the spot. Like I would have thought here, like this is just clear advantage. Why are we wild? What is this? Was it just like very specific? Yeah, it's very specific. I hate that. Well, yeah, it's bishop takes g2. Still equal, by the way. Still equal, even though your opponent's winning a pawn. I think that's how valuable the active rook is. But yeah, just kind of in the wrong direction all around here. I think you were too slow. Like your advantage is the greater development, and you just very much took your time. Yeah, not even h3. It wants you going right in there. Knight e4 with this knight d6 idea. Right in there. Yeah, bishop takes g2 is annoying. It's kind of nice. But yeah, I think you were just too slow on this. So I think your 2 biggest mistakes when you got to the endgame, you were like way too slow in thinking too defensively when you were the one that should have been attacking. You had the greater development. And then 2 was just like letting him take your bishop for the knight. Like a bishop e5, it's too much wishful thinking. Bishop takes g2 if he takes, or if you take knight e3. Sorry. And yeah, knight e3. He picks up the bishop in return. So he wins a pawn, but you have the greater activity. Like I would take white here. Despite being down a pawn, I think I'd take white here every day with the greater activity. Because now you're trying to sneak this knight up in there, and he has to watch out for this b6 pawn a bit more. I think knight c3, and I don't think this is bad for white at all. But yeah, you just kind of took your time, you know. Rook d4, rook d1, knight e2, bishop d3, which also is a bit questionable. I think probably bishop e3. Leave your rooks open. You know, all of that would have been better. You know, even f4 here, like rook d7. You know, let's move rook d7 or rook d6. You know, let's create a pass pawn. Let's create some threats. I think it was the biggest miss. There's a fine line between being patient and being timid. You wanted to stop, well, but why are we worried about? Why are we worried about knight f5, right? You know, a rook has a beautiful square on d7 that can tide us over until we play g4. I just, yeah. Maybe not the worst move, but I think all around it was just A lot that was just too passive. Yeah, I mean, even here, like G4, Knight G7. This could get behind this, because this knight's quite passive. A win, if you're there, let me know. Yeah, that's why I like to break down prophylaxis. Third nipple, thanks for the follow. I like to break down prophylaxis into two things. Now, at its heart, it means prevention. But I think prevention, preparation, and sometimes ignoring are kind of, you know, prophylaxis. You understand first and foremost what your opponent's trying to do. Then you understand when you just absolutely 100% have to prevent it. Other times you understand when you have to prepare for it. And then sometimes you kind of know you can just ignore it, either because what you're doing is just more effective, or what they're doing is not dangerous enough to be worth the time to bother with it. All right. Against an international master. Beatles 20. That's weird. It got the title. That's kind of funny. If you copy a game off of chess.com to chess.com, usually it does not grab the player's title. But if you grab a game from Chess and copy it over to chess.com, it does get the title. Okay, this was a simul game. Time control 5 minutes in a 20-second increment? Seems kind of funky. He plays the Jobava London. It's funny when chess players know prophylaxis, but have never heard of prophylactic. Yeah. I mean, how... It's just one of those fun chess words, right? And very catchy. Prophylaxis. One of those things. The chess improvement secret. Don't you know? Prophylactic acid. Wait. That sounds like something I don't know. Tapichka. Do you need to tell me what a prophylactic is? Sure. I mean, at its heart, you tell me what a prophylactic is. Oh. Now you whisper it to me. Okay, I walked into something. Why would I know that? Ugh. Anyways, chess. So far, very solid. Not saying much because there's kind of some trades, and I think you got a decent position. Ah, okay, I would have guessed wrong. Yeah, I definitely have not heard that before. BP. Although, how do we feel? Now I understand why you think that's so funny. All the things are coming together. I mean, C4 seems fine. I just ideally want like C4 and B5. And kind of from that, I don't love... Oh, you could just play B5. You just play B5 here. Hold on. Is that a true statement? Oh, wait. This gets kind of funny. This gets really funny. Hold on. So B5, take, knight C3, queen takes. So good. So far. Here. We have this funny idea. First of all, king D2. But we gotta protect the stuff. We gotta be prophylactic. No offense, thank you for the follow. Yes, this is a rare time where explaining the joke does make sense. But, okay, probably best is just queen b4. And queen b4 should win. But I want to be fun. I want to play rook b8. And you might say to yourself, that's a dumb move, you just got skewered. But we got queen takes c3. And we hit him with bada bing. Bada boom. Checkmate. You look familiar. Have you been with Dina in some videos? I have. That is correct. Me and the other shark, Tony, have been in some of Dina's videos. Knight c5, d4, rook d8. That would be quite nice. Yeah, this, I mean, okay, queen b4 again. Because here, white doesn't have to fall for this. It's actually annoying to defend, but I assume it's like queen f3. Might be the best defense. Because you're just gonna play queen takes e4, sack the queen back. So queen b4 still should be better, because we're avoiding any, like the queen's not ready to sacrifice itself, which is kind of a wild thing, and knight e4 just wins, but we pack a lot of skills, definitely sticking around to learn some things. Hey, glad to hear it. Kind of a funny thing, you mentioned Dina. So for the first time in just a public setting, so we were, okay, a little bit of backstory. We've been going like Thursday nights, a group of chess players just hanging out and then filming content. Like if you've seen some of the videos we've posted, the shorts, and you can see like in the background that either people are walking around or hanging out or, you know, public space. Yeah, we've been going out and doing that. Well, last time, Thursday, I had someone come up to me, had on his phone, he's like, "Is this you?" And I look at it and I pause for a second and I see Dina and then I see Tony and I'm like, that's not me. Like, I'm not Dina. What? That's my initial reaction. Like, okay, this shouldn't be confusing. But then I paused for a second and I looked at the background and I'm like, that is the video where I played an old lady. Like, yes, that's me. But it was kind of just a funny thing. This guy saw chess and he's like, wait a second, hold on. I recognize those guys. Anyways, b5 definitely feels great. I mean, that's just, like, this is GG's. We don't go for the fancy tactic. We play queen b4. We win with knight e4. Happy life. So he cannot take b5, and then we play b4, and everything's kind of coming together. The interview with Naroditsky was awesome. I enjoyed it. It was a bit long, so I listened to it. As I said earlier, I'm not typically like a podcast guy. But I did listen to it, and I listened to it in little little pieces and like 30-minute sections. I thought it was quite interesting. Yeah, I don't like this direction. I mean, in this position, I mean, I guess you're saying kind of take the pawns away, but I don't know. Really, e4 feels quite open now as a possibility, and you have to watch this. And your plan is somewhat the same. Playing b5, or should be. VP, you're on minute 45 to be continued. Yeah, there's... I'm trying to remember everything he talked about and at what point. I want to say hour 1 to 2. I did find quite interesting. The last 30 minutes, I think there was still some interesting stuff, but I could kind of... I feel like you could feel a little bit that everyone was feeling like, hey, like this it's been a long conversation. So just the energy dropped. I want to say is what it was. But overall, quite interesting. And, I mean, Danya, he dives into it. Like, he straight up mentions not just Kramnik, but a couple other 2700 GMs that believe he cheats. So, that's also kind of interesting. I don't know if he's talked too much about that publicly. So yeah, I was aware of one of them, but I would not say I was aware of the other one before now. The other one was Nepo that I was not aware of. Okay, somehow this turned out really well for you. I'm kind of confused. You went for f6 instead. Okay, he played a3. A3 is strange. A3, first of all. I'm actually like surprised, but in a good way. And normally the plans are very much b5, b4, but I guess with the fact that you chose queen b6, this is kind of making sense. But I also don't feel like he should be the one getting attacked on the king side. Although maybe he should be just trying to relieve this pressure. Since b5 isn't happening, maybe he should have played b3. Conversations I'll remember for my whole life usually started to get really good around the 3rd hour. That's a lot. I need like another activity. If that topic is going around last 2 years. The average Joe, we don't know the details apart from some update videos on cheating. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of stuff in the background. You know, you just imagine for anyone, like, there's always going to be stuff in the background that you just don't talk about publicly. Like, even for us, like, okay, we're a small channel, compared to, you know, someone like Danya. So I can't imagine some of the things that he sees, you know, some of the things Dina sees. But I still know, like, we've had some wild, experiences, just for us. Dealt with some interesting people, so I have to imagine that they have quite the wild stories, but some things that they also probably wouldn't necessarily talk about very publicly. He was for sure unfiltered in it. It was nice hearing the honesty, and some things I didn't agree with him. But it's cool. Zon, I'd be interested to hear what you didn't agree with him on. Because I have to say, I generally quite like a lot of Danya's takes on things. Yeah, so he does go for b4. He didn't go for b3 right away. Maybe you keep doing what you're doing and play e5. Not that I've thought much about queen a5, but I do like that potential direction. Especially if we're not taking a3. The benefit to queen a5 is if we're taking a pawn, but I guess we don't like the rook a1. That's actually kind of sad. Queen gets trapped. Taking 2 pawns. But you attack it 1 time, and then you can take the pawn. Okay, so queen a5. Queen a5, I'm getting on board with it. Yeah, I'm torn on this one. I want to play knight d5. How do you explain this, though? Very disappointed that he found king g1. A1 fell. So likely. Wait. Oh, you're hoping for rook takes c3, knight e4? No. I'm actually a little confused on the idea of king g1. Glancing through it, I felt like that was he didn't know what to do, and so he was just playing a move. But yeah, probably something to do with. Oh, you want knight e4? Wait, I thought you were just gonna take here. Okay, so you want knight e4. This works. Yeah, I'm still not fully understanding. I'm getting there. Give me a second. We're getting there. Yeah, there's some crazy lines. So queen takes, fails to queen takes c1. Take, you run into issues with take and then hitting there. Seems potentially playable though. No, yeah, take is important. Maybe no. You gotta watch out for queen takes. So you have to take with check. But that is, I mean, you're up at the exchange. I got lost thinking, what was I? I was thinking about king g1. I got lost thinking about that because king g1 now, there's take, knight e2. Which is quite wild. So probably best he just takes, he gets forked, and then he just plays rook c2. I have to imagine is, at least from what I'm seeing, is the best. And kind of interesting. Okay. But wait, that's better than just queen takes? Like, what's the difference? You're defending... No, I don't know if I understand. What's the difference? Goes here. Okay, he still can't take. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, 94 looks really nice. I just 94 is still a problem. I feel like you should just play rook c2. It's kind of my feeling. There's a lot of the issues also that it's pinned here. And okay, follow-up question, why not 94 now? What's the... Because we're not worried about rook a1, that just transposes. Connor. Thank you for that information. BP went through all that effort to whisper that to me. But I like the honesty. Yeah, I'm actually confused on why not 94 anyways. This looks really annoying for White to deal with. I don't know what he plays. Probably still Rook C2. What else? I mean, I guess he could play 92. But it feels like the right direction. I mean, if 94 is good in the other position, why not here? Right? Why drop the queen back when we can just add pressure? Queen ZA1. Too strong. Beatles. Who's Beatles? It actually won't let me click on his name on Lichess. I don't know. Yeah, a little bit of a slip in this transition, and looks like we just copped out to a draw. Oh, that was the name. I got really confused. Someone said that, and then they said something else right after. Maybe it was you that said it. Oh, Tapichka said it. Oh, okay. Yeah, Tapichka, you said it, and then you followed it up with prophylactic acid, and I was all sorts of confused. Yeah, I think probably the last move to me may have been knight d5. Like, this feels the last chance to play for a win. But I'm really confused on why you didn't play 94. If you saw it against Rook A1, like, it just seems still quite good here. And, you know, I think you win this, honestly. Like, this just seems winning. How much effort goes into a simul game? It's really tricky. I have a few simuls coming up, and I'm flying to Seattle. Gonna work a couple of events, do a few simuls. It's gonna be intense. One of the simuls is up to 50 people, and it's gonna be a clock simul, and I'm kind of worried I'm just gonna like flag all of them. I think I'm gonna have to play like really boring. Not boring, but like sometimes when I do simuls, I play a different opening every board. But I think this one I'm gonna have to lock in and play the London and go for cheap tricks. You only saw the line with a check and fork. Yeah. He's Croatian. Oh, he's like Levon Aronian. With the Armenia. The Lichess account says he's Irish. I don't know, man. People just switch countries. You know the okay, here's the craziest thing that I heard. That has actually been an issue. Apparently, you can change like when you change federations, that can happen mid-month. Nay, that can happen mid-event. So this actually happened in Charlotte. I don't know which one. I don't think this was like a recent thing. At least not since I've been here. But they had Because for norms, you have to have a certain amount of foreign players. Well, someone mid-event, their federation change happened, and so it just like it went from them being a foreign player to them being a U.S. player. Oh wait, this call might be important. Hold on, let me see. Oh, you're back. Dang it! I was I've actually been waiting on a call. And it's the same area code as the number that called me. But that call was just spam. Freaking heck. Yeah, you can switch real fast if you pay the money. Change for federation for prizes on each tournament. I mean, at some point, like if you're living in the US, it's not bad to be a foreign player. Because I mean, you have a greater pull for being a foreign player for these events. What happens if an NM switches to Indian Federation? You won't be an NM anymore since India doesn't have NM. Actually, you can still have a USCF rating even if you're not from the US, so you probably would just maintain it. What were we waiting on? Yeah, was it Infinite? I checked off Infinite. Infinite, did you have a game for me? Oh shoot. I just realized the time. Horses Pain, thank you for the follow. Panda Gaming Nation YouTube, thank you for the follow. Isn't it a FIDE rule that it's quicker to change sex than country? Has FIDE changed that? Last I heard, FIDE was, what is the word? Investigating the whole idea of changing genders. I haven't heard any update on that. I do think it's possible with FIDE, but like on USCF, under US chess, I know it's easier, but like it's a one-time thing. Like you can do it once. Yeah, Infinite, it's your turn. And we may actually be finishing there. I completely lost track of time. And I have to go pretty soon. Got too wrapped up in some of these games and just chatting. But it's been a very nice stream. Been nice. Definitely, you can only do it once. I can confirm. A knife might or might not be involved. That's wild. That's wild. That is not. No, I think US chess is pretty light. Pretty light about it. You just kind of hold it to the you can only do it once thing. Dun, 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 dun. It's a short game. There were some interesting moments. right? Anonymous versus Anonymous. You mentioned the opponent blundered. I had a teacher who used to say, I believe every excuse, but after the death of the 5th grandparent, I started to get suspicious. You know, a little bit. Nidorf, wait. Infinite? No, you're playing the dragon. Okay. Hold on. I got... This makes more sense. That's why you have to use aunts and uncles. They're potentially infinite. Cousins. I was impressed actually. I'm like, wow. Infinite Potato playing the Nidorf. Dang. Got some cojones. Dragon's still, you know, it's in the realm. It's in a good realm. Wow. And this is a prime example of why I play the accelerated dragon, because you just save Tempe. You can play the Nidorf, it's just too much theory. Yeah. I will forever rant about the fact that someone submitted a game once that they played over the board, and their opponent, who was a young 1800, played the Nidorf. In that case, I was like, no, like, come on. No, I think he may have even been like 1700, but yeah, he was like 9 years old. I'm like, he's just 10 years old. I don't remember the exact age. You have so many better things to do than be trying to play the Nidorf at that age. They won't let you play d5, but I thought this was technically good for white to take a8, right? Like you avoid it because it feels like a trap, but you give up the queen. Okay, apparently king takes f8 is better. It makes sense. I guess we're technically. And then yeah, it looks like bishop d3. I thought this was actually equal. Bishop e6. Queen takes a8. I mean, I don't know, man. This looks very tricky for black to play. You also have rook d2. I mean, like, if you know what you're doing, I wouldn't. I don't know if I wouldn't play this as white. Played against an 1850 player who went on to become a 2350, still playing the dragon. Assume it's not the best. Maybe I'd have to analyze it again, but yeah, I remember. I want to say in my own analysis, like I remember people saying it was bad, and then like I actually dove into it once. Because I want to say you can get this exact position in the accelerated dragon. Just assume the bishop's on f1 instead of e2. That's where the tempo came from. And after analyzing it, like I just didn't want to play it as black. Like I wasn't a fan. But I don't know. What do I know? What's the effort versus reward for Nidorf like? Nidorf is a ton of fun to play. But until you get to like high levels, the reward's not worth it. I mean, it is just so difficult without a good foundation to truly understand the Nidorf positions. that I think it's going to be worth learning it under a 2200 level, maybe even higher. Like, not that you can't know what you're doing, but I think there are easier openings to study and live a much happier, convenient life. Wait, so is this the technical theory, or is your opponent just like blundering their face very quickly? He's more controllable, and white still needs to work on the rook. Okay. I've had this countless times as black and lost most of them. I don't know. I think, not optimal right, but you messed it up. Okay. Okay, so you won the exchange. Okay, so what? Usually the queen takes a stuff happens with f3 rather than bishop e2. Well, that's a huge difference. Not to try and prove my point, but the bishop hanging on e3 is a huge difference. That's huge, because then after bishop d3, like, you're probably just in trouble after bishop takes b2, queen e5, or maybe even queen e5 right away. Tell me I'm wrong, punks. No, it's just like, really, I'm genuinely curious, because this transposes, like I said, into the accelerated dragon. Black played d6, d5. White played bishop e2, bishop d3. And yeah, I just remember thinking it was not a position I wanted to go into. No, I mean, with proper understanding, I could see that being dangerous for black, I guess, with bishop e3 or bishop e6 and stuff. Rook takes d8 by you is a blunder. Yeah. Oh, because you have e5 f6. Oh, so if he ever checks you, you boom, boom, and then just... Ah! Beautiful run reaction. No, I'm actually going to finish the stream after this game. But I'm curious. This is going to sound like I'm roasting you, Mr. Reaction, but how often does that work? Just out of curiosity. You go into a stream, you say, play me, and they're like, heck yeah. Because I get that quite a bit. Like, in my chess.com messages too, like, I get people that will just be like, play me. And like, I accept challenges against anybody on Thursday. You know, do a whole queue thing and accept challenges. But I'm just like curious with how many people do it. If it's because it works, or people are just like really hopeful. Okay, so now you get the two bishops, and it's kind of interesting. The bishop on c3 is solid. I don't know about him playing g4. So I feel like somewhere you can now push for like your rook on the h file. Some streamers I mod for do this sometimes, and I'm ready with the ban hammer. Some streamers... Wait, they do the whole play me thing? What openings do I like to play? I really enjoy Grunfeld. I really enjoy not studying theory nowadays. So like I play a lot of London, but I play it like London or Tory, and I just kind of do my thing. And I enjoy it annoyingly a lot. Because I play a lot of the same stuff. I almost don't understand it for myself. Like I would have thought by now I would get tired of some of those positions, and sometimes I do want to mix it up, but for the most part, some of those positions I've just really come to enjoy. Oh, some streamers will play on demand. Infinite's there if you smell something fishy. I mean, accepting new chatters 1v1 me, bro. Yeah, there's a good amount of people that do that. Wait, what? Okay, so I was right about the H file, but what did I just see? So this is what you're talking about. You're saying this is the winning... Wait, where's the winning opposite colored bishop endgame if he plays here? I guess he should play here. Not to get all pinned up. And then you bada bing. No. I guess it doesn't matter. Something like... Nope. I messed it up. It does matter. Something like this. Do I like to spice things up if you play OTB tournaments? I mean, my preparation for like classical tournaments is basically just to avoid theory. So my last tournament, for example, I played one knight f3, one b3, one g3. Before that, I played one knight f3 and e4 in the tournament. What are the other tournaments? I guess it would have been the tournament previous to that. Apparently this is -4. Yeah, -4 is pretty intense. I mean, the 3 pass pawns, that's not too hidden. Like 2 pass pawns, yeah, opposite colored bishops, he can sack the bishop for the 2 pawns. So 3 pawns, you know, it's a bit too much. But that almost makes it sound like he has 0 counterplay. But I guess that makes sense, because your pawns are further advanced. And you have a pawn to defend here. Kind of crazy, though. Lug, I see you're still here. I said I was going to finish after this game. If you have a game, I'll do just one last quick analysis. Because you're the next one. You're right here. It's fine. What would I change the opening to? I'd like to do what I do, just better. Like, I would like to be able to... I'd probably invest in an e4 repertoire. So I feel like I have that on the docket. I'd probably go back and refresh my Queen's Gambit, because that's what I used to play in tournaments. And then, like, just kind of have knight f3 in my back pocket, and those types of positions. BP, so close. I'm sorry. One day. All right. Lug, are you white? I hope you're white. If you're black and you're showing this game with this rating difference, you are an adventurous human being. I feel like this might be a flex game, a little bit. But it's okay, we're here for it. Bitchka, you were an exclusively E4 player, but back then mainline Spanish was almost a given, which was awesome. Do you have any secret tips to make chess really easy? Shadrick, if you were listening earlier... Freaking heck, bro. No. It's not how it works. Opening's weird. I guess knight c3. Knight c3 is really unusual. It's like you played like it's like you played the Jobava. Like this position, you probably could get out of a Jobava London where they played c takes d5, which just feels strange in my brain. Secret is 4 letters. Work. Yeah, work hard and consistently. Bean is going pretty well. I think we're about to finish up after this game. Gonna go eat some food. I'm really tempted to go get pizza, but I could also get Chipotle. Hard and consistent like the best, Jesus. Hard and consistent like your mom last night. Miles, going pretty well. How are you doing? You're a 2,500 rated player. You're smurfing! Ugh. Why are you smurfing? It's, yeah, this opening is just... Yeah, white's better. Somewhere here. Wait, what? What the heck? Wait, aren't you... No. Does knight b5 just... No. Really want to play knight b5, though. It's not just a one-move threat. It's a two-move threat. Knight b5, queen e5. Yeah, d takes c5 is a very strange move. Not playing bishop b5 or knight b5 is very strange to me. Because both are very tempting. Chess in my veins, hello? That's a good question. Yeah, don't smurf. Don't smurf. Are you sure you're smurfing? What? This is wild. This is... I really kind of was just liking your position. And now I'm confused. King d2 is crazy. King d2 is something else. Allowing queen takes f2? I mean, if your opponent was forced to play queen takes a5, okay, I could kind of see it. But the fact that queen takes f2 exists would make me super hesitant. Because I feel like he could just take... I'd just go back, and this pawn is still toast. Stream lag? Was there some stream lag? On my end, it says that everything was fine. You would have played 92. Yeah, but what's... Okay, am I blind? Oh, I am blind. Knight c6 exists. Okay. So you do have a potential issue. Man, but still, okay, I'm just really curious here. Oh, white's worse. I'm actually shocked. Thought I liked white's position, but no, nothing with knight b5 or bishop b5. a6, best move? Or take g6, then knight b5? Wait, so is there something wrong with... No, the reason we don't play knight b5... Queen d8. Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's wild. Hi! Just love you. Weren't you part of Just Dogs? Yeah, previously, yes. It's been over a year. Yeah, the short and sweet story is we had some disagreements with the third one. So me and Tony just left it all behind, didn't get any part of it, and started a new. No, it's crazy. Queen d8, I mean, it makes sense, but it's tricky. But yeah, I mean, something just... feels wrong. What is this? Oh, okay, you had a miss. I was like, what? Infinite, you don't tell me what to do. If you ever break up with Tony as a streaming partner, what will be the next animal that you choose? So thankfully, I have never thought about this before. Pretty happy with where we are. And I think me and Tony complement each other's personality quite well. I'd be really sad though, because I'm a huge fan of Sharkz. Well, I mean, okay, I'm a huge fan of Tony, but I think I'd have to abandon. Like, I would have to abandon animals altogether. Like, I would understand that there could never be one as good as Sharkz, and so I'd honestly, I'd probably just go by my name. If I absolutely had to pick an animal, it'd be funny to do chest dolphins or chest dolphin. Chest rabbit. I don't know. It's like chest bunny or chest rabbit. People are gonna tune in expecting a very different kind of stream. What do you think of playing on gut feeling if you think calculation is boring? I think it will hit a wall. I think you can get very far doing that. Just building your intuition still from probably getting some pattern recognition, but you cannot avoid calculating. The bodybuilder dude that occasionally comes to stream, that's Sean. He's super cool. Sean's just a very cool, very kind person. F3. So I'd definitely be thinking about this move. Chess bunny sounds like it sounds like a sus stream. Chess beetles, chess larks, chess zebras, chess dragons, Dragon D's night. No, Blazing Heart, no, not that one. That obviously would be Tony's channel. You were supposed to get mad at that question. I mean, it's just reality. I don't know. There's nothing to get mad at. It's just like you gotta calculate. Okay. Yeah, I don't understand this game. This game is just like all over the place. This is weird chess. Opening, I think, was a tragedy. Now it feels like you're doing everything kind of just to hold on, but I mean, it's somewhere maybe Rook B1 here, like just getting something going, like Rook B1, Queen D7, or you know, trying to lessen the pressure with Queen D4. I guess Queen A5, Queen takes A3, but and F3 just feels so wild to me. No, you do end up getting Queen D4. And somehow this is a semi-reasonable chess position. No. I mean, he said he was a Smurf. Okay, c4, avoiding knight c3, I guess? No. Why not just push a4? c4 is a little strange. A little strange to me. Oh, yeah, because you want to play knight f5, but then knight c3. Okay. Zebra is clever. Less paint needed for a board on them. There's a book called Chess Zebras. Cleverness already claimed. Yeah, at this point, I think I'm just, you know, we're just taking this game in. Oh, I gotta finish the stream soon anyways. A lot of craziness. Oh, yeah, you got him with the rook c8. And this knight f6. Wait, so is he in trouble entirely from this? No, I guess he probably should play rook takes. Unless I'm missing something. Not to play for a win, but at least kind of hold in the draw, right? Check. If he trades now, you can trade everything. And then play h6. Or h5, I guess. Is a 98 take. And otherwise, he's just checking you forever. Is this true? Rook takes a3? Yeah, rook takes a3 is equal. So rook h2, still fine. But h6 is a blunder. What does he need to do here? Play rook b8? No. This... Rook g3. Rook... Ah. That's actually a sneaky idea to get repetition. Knight e8, knight f6 back. Threatening this and threatening here, so no rook takes g5. Wild. Okay, very nice, very nice. Yep, wild game. Very, very interesting. But yeah, don't smurf. Smurfing is bad. Smurfing is still a form of cheating. So, I mean, weird though. I assume your opponent had to be aware. So it's all kind of strange to me. There's no 2385s accepting a game against the 600. Unless they're like a streamer or they're aware. But kind of wild. Yeah. Doing approved smurfing. Speedruns. Yeah. Yeah. That's a tough one. I like really want to do a speedrun because I think it's a super fun content thing. But yeah. Do have the moral dilemma. No offense, I haven't done one. I think it would be a ton of fun. Pichka and PP. Okay. Seem like you are a great teacher. Can confirm. Miles. Thanks. Points get refunded and cheaters get banned. Speedruns are good for the economy. Yeah, but if smurfing's against the rules, it seems like kind of a weird place. If you ever make a viewer game analysis sub only, can I be an exception? Maybe. I probably will change it to something like that at some point. Do I teach? I do. There is a reason I appreciate that from Miles. Might have something to do with me being a coach. But yeah, I teach some privately, and then I teach at the center as well. Yeah. No, I think I probably will do a speed run at some point. Probably just do it my way. Have it like be very obvious it's a speedrun account, and be like very poignant on closing it out when I'm done. So all right. Who are we rating?
Yeah, Jimmy, you still here?
You just call me Jimmy?
Yep.
Yeah, I was just finishing.
Dude, I just went over a diabolical puzzle in my lesson. It was amazing.
Nice. Wait, how diabolical?
Like, pretty diabolical.
Okay.
Like, way too diabolical for her rating. Some really good principal. I was really happy with it. It's,
Freaking infinite.
Okay.
I'm not rating Hassan.
You ready for this? Can you do this?
We've been over this.
Pawn on G4. Pawn on H2. Black pawn on H6. Black pawn on G5.
Wait, sorry. I was distracted.
Damn. Okay. What's white pawn? White pawn on G4. White pawn on H2. King on A5. White king. Black king on A3. Black pawn on G5. Black pawn on H6. Black plays king B2.
Black plays king B2. I have to think about it.
It's diabolical. Think about it. You're rating this guy? Noob streamer? Non-streamer? Noon streamer?
I don't know. I was looking at suggestions. Wait, someone's streaming
Hey, Miles.
Crazy House? Oh no, she's just reading. Not that one. Okay, I think we're gonna do TKBT SXU. I think that's a good one. Oh wait. I almost in his chat that typed it. Man, he's what's his username though?
What the hell does that mean? I look like a Muppet? Can you set up the pieces?
Ralph.
I mean, just click on the squares where they are.
Oh. As good as that sounds. Oh wait, I'm in freaking the classroom. So it's like this. Boom, 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 boom. Doesn't have that functionality. Here. Black to move. Black plays king d2.
Yeah. Diabolical. That's fun, man. That's fun.
Diabolical.
This is your homework, John. When we stream tomorrow, you better have it figured out. Oh, hey, BP. Don't cheat. Don't use an engine. Don't be lame.
Don't.
Don't be weak.
I've seen a. I know I've seen a puzzle similar to this, but
Totally.
it's similar structure at least. But the whole concept in that one is opponent's king is here, white's king is here, and you have to like chase him down before you go over. It's like you chase him down and then you play g4 and then it's something like that. Yeah, this one's a bit confusing because I would assume you start here. You go, but black has some tricks, probably. All right. Wow, that raid's going fast. All right, everyone. Thanks so much for being here. For those I missed in the queue, I am sorry. Hopefully we'll get you next time. Y'all are cool. Stay awesome. Catch you on the next stream, probably tomorrow. And yeah. End of story.